wonderful live stream of the Ōtorohanga District Council council meeting on this wonderful Tuesday morning. I see everybody is in attendance, so therefore there's no apologies. We'll start with the wonderful words of wisdom or reflection from Councillor Annette Williams. Stage is yours, Councillor. Still on mute at this stage, Councillor. There you go.
Just trying to find the right buttons. Tēnā koutou. This morning I'm giving some thought to time. In the last 2 months, many of us have had time on our hands that we hadn't planned for, and for some that time might be hanging very heavy in the months ahead. In my darkest of times, I've often been surprised and still am about how much a new day feels like a gift. And English writer Arnold Bennett captures some of that for me. The chief beauty about time is that you cannot waste it in advance. The next year, the next day, the next hour are lying ready for you, as perfect, as unspoiled as if you had never wasted or misapplied a single moment in your life. You can turn over a new leaf every hour if you choose. Now, that's not to say that I think we all need to turn over new leaves, but just let's use the gift of this day as best we all can.
Thank you, Councillor. That's wonderful. Appropriate. Okay, we'll move on. Are there any agenda items any councils have to declare a conflict of interest in this meeting? No. Moving on from there, confirmation of minutes of the Ōtorohanga District Council meeting dated 17th of March 2020. Do we have a mover and a seconder for those, please? Moved Councillor Ferguson, seconded Councillor Johnson. All in favour? Just raise your hands, probably the best bet in this case. Yep. Thank you.
Before you do that, Mr. Chair, there is an amendment or correction to those minutes. It was raised by Councillor Jeffries.
Okay, please.
Okay, it's to do with the dog control bylaw. We omitted to put in the comment about the triangle at Kaiora Street, Kāwhia. There's a note with that. 3 submissions were received. 1 submission opposed the proposed dog prohibited area at the triangle and suggested that enforcement action should be increased to target responsible dog owners. Another proposed a partial ban, suggesting that the ban be in place from 9 AM to 7 PM during summer. And the 3rd submission requested better signage, heavier penalties, and lower dog registration fees. Councillor Jeffries suggested that the partial ban, he supported the partial ban and requested that the KCB be advised of the submissions received. Now that whole sort of statement needs to be put in the minutes.
Okay, so it was said it was excluded from the minutes is what you're saying, Colin?
It was, yeah, it was, yeah, it was left out.
Okay, so I'd imagine there's no issue with adding those, if that is what was said during the meeting. It's just a further addition. And
the minutes should be received as being amended, and they'll detail that.
Thank you, Colin. So there's again moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Johnson. Are there any other changes? Not changes, we don't go for changes in confirmation of minutes. Is there any amendments to anything that was said? I got one small typo, but apart from that, all's good. I see that Roger's not in the meeting at the moment. I was just going to ask about Hupatea, what's happening with Kiwi Rail and the lowering of that, the road there. Is any movement been done on that?
Your Worship, I am actually in the meeting.
I'm sorry, I was looking at a little fairy down the bottom of the screen.
Sorry, apologies for that. I left it on as because my screen was, anyway, it doesn't matter. Look, we finally managed to make some progress with Kiwi Rail, and that they're finally responding to our emails and correspondence. We think that we've got a way forward. They gave us permission to at least fill the holes in the road in the meantime, Your Worship. So it will be hoped in the next construction season we'll be able to continue with that project.
Awesome. Thanks, Roger. Any other points or questions on those minutes, councillors? Thank you. Moving on to confirmation of minutes of the Ōtorohanga District Council extraordinary meeting dated the 14th of May 2020. Before we go into that, sorry, I'll just move them onto my screen. On item 63, there's to use the words of our chief executive, the mayor got muddled. So with that muddling of the mayor's, what he said, you'll see in italics writing at the bottom. Actually, I'll let you take over from here, Tanya, on this one.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had some feedback from someone who's watching this that they can hear someone typing. So if you haven't got your, if you're not on mute and you're typing, can you please either put yourself on mute or stop typing, because it sounds like it can be quite distracting for the people who are watching. So yeah, my apologies for the confusion here around these minutes. We sent a first set of minutes out, then we corrected it to what we thought was the right statement that the mayor had made, and then further when we went back and reviewed the recording, that was actually what he said. So my suggestion would be we retain the integrity of the meeting record, and we put a note that says in there that that the mayor not got muddled, but that what the mayor actually meant to say was this. So the minutes are intact, but it's acknowledged that what he meant to say was the other way around, with option 1 being lawful but not meeting the time frame, option 2 being the kind of the lawful one that meets the time frame, and option 3 being unlawful. So that would be my recommendation for a way forward on this.
Thank you, Tanya. Yeah, it was. It made no difference to the resolution we made at the end of the day. And it was funny because I woke up in the middle of the night and started sweating on this as well, and went back to my own notes and realised the error of my note taking. So my apologies to everybody up there. As you see it written there, that is what I should have said on the day, but I got option 1 and 3 round the other way at the time of the meeting. So the resolution there, Tanya, would be that this confirmation of the minutes with that amendment in place.
Yes.
And you've got that amendment, Colin?
You have.
Cool. Do we have a mover and a seconder for the confirmation of those minutes, please? Okay, move Councillor Jeffrey, second to Councillor Ferguson. All in favour? Thank you, Paul. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 64, which is my verbal report, which I will just... Since our last full council meeting in March, our own family went into lockdown on the 21st of March following our daughter's return from the UK. So I haven't had any meetings outside of this office I'm sitting in currently. On the 24th of March, I attended a meeting at the World Travellers in Ōtorohanga, where customers were informed what restrictions are going to be in place under the different alert levels. And it's amazing how much the world has changed and progressed since then. So any of the direction that was given on the 24th has probably changed exponentially since that time. Monday, the 30th of March was the first of our weekly Waikato Mayoral Forum meetings, and they had been ongoing for the last couple of months on every Monday afternoon.
Hello, Brendan speaking.
31st of May, I attended the first of the weekly Maniapoto Community Response Unit Hui, which I've been incredibly impressed with the work that Maniapoto, along with the other iwi throughout the Waikato, have done in responding to the need of their own iwi across
okay, it's live on
31st, sorry, on April the 1st, started one of our first Zoom meetings with Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, talking to foodstuffs in New Zealand, how they could be looking at engaging with a greater workforce to help through the COVID period of time. 3rd of March, 3rd of April it must have been, regional transport meeting. Then I had a meeting with Minister Mahuta, myself and Mayor Robertson. April the 8th was my first regular chat on Maniapoto FM in the mornings. The 9th, we had our budget meeting and the councillor Zoom meeting. Each Friday has been civil defence meetings and NEMA meetings as well, so to get a national feedback on what's going on in civil defence emergency planning. April 20th and May the 20th, I had North King Country development meetings, which through circumstance, I'm now the interim chair on the North King Country Development Trust, which when they say interim, I don't believe it for an instant. So I think once you get into that role, you're there. April 18th and 25th, we had Waikato plan meetings. And through circumstance, I'm now the deputy chair there as well. We've had numerous Zoom meetings with staff, our risk and assurance chair, Simpson Grierson, to name a few. It's been certainly a daily onslaught of looking at the video screen since lockdown at the end of March. And then last night I had a Zoom meeting with rangatahi from across the country, mentoring them in their journey through their life and career paths. So that's my Mayoral verbal report. I'd like to move that be received. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Williams. All in favour? Thank you, carried. Awesome. Any questions from what I've been up to over the last month, councillors? Or a couple of months as it is? No, all good. Moving on to item 65, Chief Executive Report. Tanya.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've got a lot of people watching because I'm getting messages saying that they can still hear background noise out there. Colin, I think it might be you. Can you put yourself on mute, please?
Yeah, I'm not typing, you know.
No, that's all right. If everyone can just mute when you're not speaking, it's probably the best for our listeners out there, because I think it's quite sensitive and the noise travels. So just onto my report. So it's a bit of a one-trick pony this time. My report's all around the last 2 months and our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I've tried to capture as best I can in a few pages what life has been like for us as a council, delivering essential services to the community, being involved in an emergency civil defence response with our neighbours, managing family demands and kids at home and all sorts of things there, while trying to still do our work and make sure that we keep everyone safe and healthy. So I don't think it's necessary for me to go through my report. I'm happy to take questions. What I would say is that in extraordinary times, we've had an extraordinary group of people working for council and for our community. And I say that across the governance management spectrum. I want to thank my staff publicly for how they have handled this event. Some have found it extremely difficult to not be able to do their job fully. And I've spoken to each and every one of them personally, and so I know what's been going on for them. And some, of course, have been out there, even in alert level 4, they've been out delivering those services with the anxiety around that. I'd also like to thank you as council, as elected members, and our community boards for your patience over this time. I know we've had to put a lot of work on hold, and I really want to thank you for your understanding and for feeding us information from the community. We've had some really good eyes and ears out there, thank you, when we haven't been able to maybe get those messages ourselves, and you have been respectfully giving us that information and giving us a heads up on what issues might emerge so that we could address those. We spent a lot of time early on deciding about things like whether we should keep public toilets open, what our transfer stations might do, and it really is true in local government that it's the little things that tend to matter for our community. So thank you all very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you, Tanya. Any questions, councillors?
I do.
Yes,
I was
Councillor
just wondering, just under community response, the assistance to Tiwaka in Hamilton Waikato tourism and the ODTB, what sort of stuff has council been doing in that space?
Yep. I think Trish is on stream, and it may be that the presentations that are coming up reveal that, you know, and what we've been doing there. Some of it has been at chief executive and mayor level as well, in terms of the meeting with those organisations during lockdown. Even to clarify roles and responsibilities has been quite useful, so that we're not tripping over each other and treading on each other's toes, but we're also hoping that there isn't any gaps there as well. Trish, I'm not sure if you have anything to add to that in terms of on the ground.
I think the updates and the presentations will sort of say what's sort of been weaving in and out between Council, ODTB and Tiwaka in this space. And one other sort of forum that I've touched on in one of the other meetings with elected members is we've set up a forum in the South Waikato for what we've called the community of learning. So right at the beginning, actually, Tiwaka initiated it, but we've included external agencies, and I've invited Duncan also from ODTB to attend that, and when he can as well. So basically, we've got Smart Waikato and other agencies involved. We've got Rokawa and Maniapoto as well, but we've been on a journey together, weekly meeting or when people can join, talking about the changes with jobs and the skills, and how do we stay ahead of redeploying and reskilling and repurposing people into jobs. So it's just been this really rapidly changing week by week space, but it's a really good forum for people to connect in with, and we've had different agencies invited along as well. So that was Tiwaka actually kicked that off, but that's also been a really good thing that we've had going behind the scenes. Yeah, so and we've been in contact with the ministry as well around how can we work with skills and jobs and look at the gaps, and even Councillor Ferguson about this in our last meeting, that hopefully we're thinking ahead of it. Okay, what jobs aren't needed now but what are going to be in the future, and how can we match those jobs and people together for a real efficient way of keeping people employed. So just different initiatives like that going on.
Cool. Thanks, Trish.
Cool, thank you, Trish. And will we be able to measure outcomes that you guys are doing?
Not sure exactly what you're asking there, Katrina, but as far as with our agreement with Tiwaka, certainly we've got objectives and measures for that. We're working through clarifying that at the moment with a review of the service agreement with ODTB. We've got measures through my job description. So there are minutes taken for our community of learning meetings. So we've got a running record of that as well, and minutes also taken of our economic development forum across the Waikato. So yeah, just not sure specifically what you're after there.
I think if I can just speak here, also Tiwaka are putting out that economic infometrics email, the data, and like a lot of things with community and economic development, it's actually sometimes really hard to pinpoint whether you and what you're doing as an organisation or an individual is making that change, or whether it's a combination of a whole bunch of different factors, private sector themselves doing things, central government, local government, yeah, just all those wonderful little community support things that are going on at the moment. So I guess what we want to see are the stats heading in the right direction, and I think Tiwaka are doing a great job. I read the latest one last night, and just the information that's in there, and I think that their presentation today has some more of that information, and I'm sure you know, Michael and Michelle will be able to speak to that as well as the anecdotal evidence. I mean, I was out on the ground on Saturday morning, popping into a couple of our shops here and just talking to some of the shop owners. So it's the qualitative as well as the quantitative moves in the right direction, I think, that we're wanting there.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I'd just like to record a vote of thanks to the essential workers and our staff, especially during the earlier depths of lockdown. You know, the building control team, the animal control officer, and of course the servicing team for our waters. I mean, that's to break out of your own bubble and have to go to work. No light matter, and I'd just like to record a vote of thanks to them for that.
Great, thanks.
Any further questions of Tanya, anybody? I'd like to move that Tanya's report be received. Seconded by Councillor Kloss. All in favour? Thank you. Thank you guys. Getting there. Thanks, Tanya. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's been, I think we keep on using the word extraordinary period of time, and the changes that have been in front of us have been absolutely immense. And I think looking at Zoom has driven a few people nuts over this time. Okay, moving on from here. Next up, we have the presentation from Tiwaka. I see Michelle's there. So Michelle, I'll hand over to you.
Kia ora koutou. Lovely to see you all, like you say, me and Max via Zoom. I know Michael is just currently on another call, so I'll reverse out our presentation a wee bit and start with the information that is mine to present, and I'm sure he'll join us in just a moment. So just bear with me while I set that up. But just a couple of things picking up on your conversation just now in terms of the work that has been going on behind the scenes. Most certainly Trish mentioned the community of learnings that we've set up. We have hosted those in a southern, central and eastern context, and with those we've managed to I guess connect the different agencies and organisations that support direct to business in a way that has meant we've done our very best to not duplicate the work that we're all doing. Because it is an interesting challenge when you have a sudden event like we have with the COVID scenario, and certainly everybody wants to do their piece and everybody is very keen to get in front of business to support them. So I have very much appreciated the conversations I've had with Trish and Max along the way as well. So in terms of the work we've done direct with business and your Ōtorohanga District Development Board, we established with Hamilton City Council what we called a business support network or a business support centre. It was really to engage direct to business in a way that provided information that was clear and concise, coming from a local perspective, and enabled I guess an equitable and fair way of connecting direct. For us, that meant in Ōtorohanga, we connected with Trish and Duncan and the team at the Ōtorohanga District Development Board. And I have to say that the ODTB have done a fantastic job of connecting with your local business. We certainly, with our resource, saw ourselves as a top-down, bottom-up connection. So when I say that, I mean top-down, working in to provide a regional insight to what was happening across the region for business, and supporting the development and provision of resource to support local communities to connect. With that, the bottom-up piece was really the establishment of a consistent way of connecting to business and a way of collecting information that gave us insight into business. So the ODTB, we purchased the database for Ōtorohanga, and we purchased the database of business across the region, and the ODTB set about calling, and in that way, they were able to, in alert level 4, connect and understand how many of your businesses were operating as an essential service, what they had done in terms of seeking professional support. We saw a really high level of support around cash flow forecasting and business continuity planning at that stage. Certainly in a level 4, we found a huge number of businesses had gone into hibernation and had very little plan for actually doing anything other than probably taking a break. They became quite hard to get hold of. A lot of them had no forwarding phone number, so no forwarding address that we could. And so we persevered and adjusted our work and our work program. And with the ODTB in level 3, we found that the restrictions continued to limit many of them, and that 82% of them locally felt that they'd be very slow to return to normal, but many had not made any redundancies yet. I would add a word of caution with that, because 18% of them said they plan on making redundancies going forward. So it's a significant number of Ōtorohanga businesses that I guess are challenged by knowing what's next for them and very concerned that they'll be having to make redundancies. So I know that Duncan will talk to more some of the personal information behind that, but in terms of a regional perspective, regional Waikato seems relatively resilient and positive at this stage. The information that's coming through is showing that businesses are ready to get back on with business, and it's very hard to know at this point how many of them have collected the wage subsidy and are optimistic without a forward plan or forward knowledge of where they're at. There's obviously a lot of information out there that we suspect that the wave of concern is to come. It could be 3 months, it could be 6 months away before we truly know where those businesses are at. So in terms of us and our thinking around how we go forward with this business support piece, and I will let Michael talk to the previous piece of our information, we are still motivated to keep a business support network available across the Waikato and to continue to support the development of tools and resources that will enable local teams to have local solutions and options for which to present to their local communities. So supporting the ODTB team to have tools and resources to continue and check in with business. It's very hard to have a conversation with a business when you don't actually have a way of supporting them. And so we're looking with the Chambers, the EMA, which is the Employment Managers Manufacturing Association, and National looks at what tools we can help with. In terms of the bottom up, we will continue to work with the ODTB, Legendary, Tikawiti, etc., to keep the business sentiment coming so we can keep understanding what is happening with our local business. As part of the support for Ōtorohanga District businesses, we had the establishment of the COVID-19 fund. So we normally have our RBP program. Government established the COVID-19 fund, which was 100% funding to support businesses to find professional support. In Ōtorohanga, 14,000 was distributed to local businesses to help them find professional advice. One thing I would note in my conversations with Duncan is that a large number of the professional advisors who are funded to deliver that support direct to business are Hamilton based, and smaller Ōtorohanga or smaller local community professional advisors, accountants, legal, HR, etc., have a hurdle to overcome in terms of the liability insurance that's required for them to receive the funding. So we are talking about solutions and trying to find ways to work with that, and happy to hear feedback on that. I see Michael has now joined us. Michael, I skipped the first part of the presentation and left it for you, so.
Thanks, Michelle, and apologies for being a little late to get here. Michelle and I are sitting in the same building but in different rooms because Zoom doesn't work well when you're sitting next to each other with noise bounding around. So Michelle's spoken about our business-focused support during COVID, and like many organisations, COVID rocked us absolutely, and a lot of the businesses we provide support for. On the 30th of March, we presented to the Mayoral Forum. We've presented a couple of times. We presented a slide which had these headings on it and a lot of the same information, and we presented it as a way of communicating our focus areas during this COVID response. So in terms of, I'll just work very quickly through these. The Tiwaka alignment, the board has stepped in and supporting operational and management, as with many organisations through crisis, ensuring that our resources are focused in the right direction. We've reported a couple of times to the Mayoral Forum, and ensuring that we're lining up with other agencies around the region to do the job in collaboration with, in partnership with them. The business support heading, Michelle's largely spoken to. The bit I'll just add is that Tiwaka was set up to ensure a channel of communication and linkage with central government. And we've seen this play out in central government funding us to put extra people on the ground to talk with businesses and distribute the COVID-19 fund. And also Hamilton City Council wanting to step alongside us to set up a business support centre, which is translated into working with organisations around each of the districts to ensure we deliver in a local way. So I think that's a celebration of the regional response. The market intelligence and comms piece is work that Michelle was leading months before COVID arrived, and it was in recognition that councils and other agencies around the region are using different sources of information and often slightly conflicting data in order to underpin their work, and that can we be better as a region to use common data, reduce the cost in accessing that data, and develop better insights for us to make decisions. Well, COVID intensified the need to know what was going on there, and some of you will be on my distribution list for the economic radar, which Michelle's actually the one doing the grunt work. We've got a sort of an expert panel of advisors that Michelle meets with now down to weekly, but they were meeting 3 times a week at the outset of the crisis to pick up intelligence so that we could feed it out through our networks and then tell stories as well. Regional projects, you know, our focus was on PGF prior and all the challenges that that brought with it. Government came out with the CIP process. We worked alongside Waikato LAS to ensure that we were aligned with the priorities of the region and doing our efforts to advocate on behalf of the region. Our concern more recently is that the government's attention on big projects is justified, but it's going to take 6 or 9 months to ramp some of those projects up, and we need jobs now. And they can come about by way of the smaller projects that are in the pipeline, some of them PGF related and some of them new related projects. So what can we do to streamline those projects coming on stream? The regional recovery work, as we've come out of dealing with the immediate crisis within businesses, looking to what the new normal will be, and it will be different. It'll be very different. The crisis will affect some sectors differently to other sectors. For example, the primary sector, you know, will come through and still be strong for Waikato. The sectors that were strong for Waikato before the crisis will still be strong, albeit tourism and events is an issue. So things like primary sector, the health sector, tech sector were strong in education and absolutely construction. So just ensuring that Tiwaka and other agencies are aligned to affect and influence and support those sectors which will help drive our economy into the new normal, as we're putting our focus at the moment. And then lastly, the regional alignment alongside other agencies and organisations. We continue with our labour market work, which has become more about redeployment than unemployment at the moment. the Māori economic development. And interestingly, over the last couple of weeks, I've been contacted by a number of companies wanting to set up shop in Waikato. So business attraction is well and truly back on our agenda as one of our work streams. So, Michelle, unless I've left any gaps as part of rushing through that, or something you've thought about you wanted to say before, we'll just leave it open for questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. Just, looking through that, I mean, the first thing I suppose you guys realised is how agile Tiwaka had to be in the face of COVID-19 and the real change in direction which was necessary. The other big part was that alignment that was necessary and has talked about, and I'm sure we're going to hear from Duncan and Cara soon about this, but the support around what we needed locally, the support of ODTB so they could go about their job, and certainly absolutely grateful for what the work that they've done and that alignment that you guys have had. When you go back and you assess, and we're going to say when this is, whether it's another month's time or 2 months' time, and assess how you've gone through this COVID-19 experience, what are the big learnings for yourselves from that?
I think it's reinforced some basic principles, in that support of businesses and communities is better. You need a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. And the example of the great relationship formed with ODTB and providing support to businesses on the ground, we couldn't have done that. Central government couldn't do that. It had to be driven by local organisations and local relationships. So I think if I look back at the COVID response to that, I'm encouraged by the way various organisations have come together in partnership. And I include large business in that as well, because large business knows they need to protect smaller business to ensure they can go about their business. So people are standing up to the plate and saying, how can we work together? So I think that there's still a lot more work to do in that, and just defining roles and responsibilities. Max, I think one thing I'm conscious of is that when governments start to spend a lot of money, they normally start to exert exert more control, or want more control to know where the money's being spent. It's natural. Well, government's certainly putting money where its mouth is at the moment, and starting to spend money. So we're seeing in a number of places where they are organising and controlling things locally, centrally. Sorry. Related to the earlier comment I described, you need both a bottom-up approach and a top-down approach. And I think the strength of the Waikato region is that it needs to come together in unity to be able to be a true partner to government that we can be. There's a huge amount of opportunity here in Waikato, and whilst there's some firms and people absolutely going through sheer hell at the moment, Waikato can be the real partner with government if we're organised, we're joined up, and we're aligned with our messaging. So I think we've got more work to do there collectively. That's not just a Tiwaka thing, we're just one component in a larger discussion.
Yeah, for sure, Michael. Thank you. Councillors, questions? Yes, John.
I'll just regard the top down from central government. You may probably already aware that at BT Home we applied for the the CIP shovel ready projects, and we've been turned down, and that's pretty disappointing. Given we are shovel ready, we needed a small amount of money to get started. We'd be supplying 20 jobs in 12 months' time, sort of ticking the boxes, but just wondering whether there was a role for local advocacy for our district at with central government there.
Yeah, definitely, and ongoing. And so, using BT Homes as an example, I've sat down with them, with government staff, and in relation to them, there is a way through this. Government decided it wasn't CIP, but there are other access to other funding mechanisms which they are open to discuss.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Williams.
Michael, you mentioned new businesses asking about setting up in Waikato. What type of businesses are those that are seeing opportunities post-COVID?
Yeah, tech companies, both local and overseas. There's a very successful international tech company that wants to set up an R&D and manufacturing facility in Waikato, and they selected Waikato around above other areas. Another one is, again, some money from overseas, but wanting a local partner to set up a food processing operation. Another one is money out of Auckland, wanting to set up a food growing operation, horticulture growing operation. So the latter two, you know, the first one, the ideal location is probably somewhere in and around Hamilton, Waipa area, but the other two, the best location is around, you know, good soils, good logistics facilities, and aligned with local partners. So, and both those latter two, I've reached out to a number of the districts to understand what land and commercial building opportunities there might be already existing to fast track some of that work.
Cool. Thanks, Michael. Councillor Jeffries, you've got that look on your face.
I have. Yeah, thanks, Max. Morning, Michael.
Morning.
Just a quick question on the graphs that we received. Thank you for those. The total responses here indicate what, 198, of which Ōtorohanga were 72. So almost half of the responses came from our district. Was there any particular reason for that, or we got more problems here than other districts, or was there any reason for that, or?
Yeah, Michelle,
I'll answer that one, Michael, if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had different techniques for running the support network across the region. In Hamilton, we utilised a contracted team of our own to directly connect with business. In Thames Coromandel, for example, they used their council phone staff to do it. I think that was what I was referring to, where the Ōtorohanga District Development Board have done an exceptionally good job. They are directly connected to your local business, and they've had cut through that probably didn't occur in the other districts. So, yeah, and I do genuinely mean, you know, Duncan, I hadn't met Duncan, I still haven't met him. I'm interested to see his camera go on. But initial conversations were with himself and Trish around how does this look, and very much Tiwaka was really keen to see local for local, and Duncan and the team with ODTB have done a good job.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just one other quick question. On the second page, the respondent business sector. Yeah, clearly retail is the one that features greatly there, and then the third one down, hospitality, and then a bit further down, tourism. So we've heard a lot about tourism in the last few weeks, and I just wondered whether you had a gut feeling for that, and looking. I know it's very difficult to forecast, but looking forward a year or two or three, what are your thoughts on visitor numbers and so on to this region? Have you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the immediate focus is around domestic tourism, and we've heard a lot about that in the media. Tourism New Zealand is pivoted from focusing and marketing externally to undertaking marketing campaigns around New Zealand, which would be a very different mindset for them. Tourism New Zealand obviously working on the supply side, trying to stimulate New Zealanders to think about travelling. organisations like Hamilton Waikato Tourism and others working on the demand side and ensuring that we've got not necessarily attractions, but routes where people can come and spend a number of days and linger. So this is a very new paradigm for us. We saw the release of 400 million, I think it was, from government, which I sense will be targeted at key attractions around New Zealand to keep them alive and well to get through the next 2 or 3 years. I think fundamentally tourism will still be a strong sector. Look, as you've suggested, it's damn hard to forecast at the moment when border restrictions are the biggest constraint. But New Zealand, I think, has this is just a sense, will increase its value to wealthy people from overseas as a safe place to come. And so I think in terms of the New Zealand brand, it can, short answer, so I think it'll be strong, but I think it's going to take a couple of years to recover.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I mean, it's just everybody has their own speculation on what the future is going to be, but at this stage it's purely speculative. I think sharing the points that Michelle raised earlier as well, it's probably not, well, certainly a lot of businesses feeling the pain, but it's where we are in 3 to 6 months and 12 months time is going to be the real measure of how we get through this. So I suppose that relationship that yourselves have with our ODTB needs to be ongoing, needs to be collaborative. So yeah, thank you for the work that you've done within our district and Northern King Country up until this point. And when we hear from Duncan and Cara, it'll be interesting to see their response and how that's worked as well. So thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Is Councillor Ferguson, was that a yes or no? Okay. No, thank you. Look, thanks, Michael. Thanks, Michelle. Really appreciate you coming along and spending your time with us. So I'd like to move that the report from Tiwaka be received, seconded by, looking for a hand from somebody, Councillor Jeffries. All in favour? Thank you. Moving on to the presentation from ODTB. Duncan and Cara, welcome.
Good morning, Max, councillors and council staff. Thanks for the opportunity to present this morning. Can you hear me okay?
Can. Yeah.
Thanks. And Cara, are you on the call?
Yeah, I am on the call, but I'm just trying to get my video sorted, but I can hear you, so.
Great. Hey, well, I'll kick off to start with, and then Cara will talk through a portion of what we have to talk through, and then we'll sum up at the end. But look, I guess first thing for me was, and for our ODTB, was to establish, I guess, where our focus should be as an ODTB, and to the earlier points raised by Tiwaka and also by Tanya as well. We need to ensure that there was no crossover and we avoided duplication at all costs. So I think at our first meeting, we established that from a social perspective, the needs of our community were being well met and supported by central government and local agencies. So our focus should have been on economic support and recovery. And I'll probably talk about that in two parts. So one of the first decisions that was made from an ODTB perspective was that we as a committee decided to suspend all our honoraria payments for the full financial year ending March 2021 to enable, I guess, those funds to be redirected into our community for community support. So in terms of just where we've been the last 3 months, and I'm conscious that we don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm just going to summarise, and hopefully you'll ask any questions you deem appropriate. But I guess the first was really engaging with our local business, and this has been a really pleasing aspect from our perspective in terms of just the cut through we've managed to achieve and with local business in terms of understanding their needs, and more importantly, in understanding their needs, directing them to, I guess, the appropriate resource and support. And it's been really good from that perspective to open our business owners' eyes to the level of support that they can achieve through regional funding agencies such as Tiwaka. Just picking up on a comment from Michelle earlier, and I talked to Michelle about this yesterday, I think it was, is that when we dug down, that we didn't have, and we still don't have, a lot of our local professional support businesses, and we have some strong accountants and solicitor firms in town registered with Tiwaka as service providers. So we've determined that that's an action point that we need to get underway ASAP, because there will be another wave of support and potentially another wave of funding from central government to provide support to local businesses. So really need to get that sorted ASAP. The next thing, so you know, we've also had to think of how we were most effective to do this, and so given the ODTB has responsibility for the eyesight through funding from council, and given where tourism was or is, we thought we best to redeploy the team from the eyesight, and they went about ringing those businesses. So in level 3 and 4, a total of 161 businesses of around 200 on the database were made contact throughout the entire district, so including Kapia. So you've had the information in front of you, and I won't go through it in any great detail other than to say that I guess most businesses currently outside hospitality and tourism are okay, but to your point, Max, I think the real pain will probably come in 3 to 6 months' time when we really understand the new normal in terms of our local economy. And I'll give you an example of that. If you look at our GDP stats in the Ōtorohanga district, 35% of our GDP comes from the primary industry. If we look at last week's or this week's announcement around milk price forecast for the coming season, there's 50 million out of local GDP in our district straight away for the coming 12 months, which represents a good chunk. I think it's about 15% of our total GDP gone in the next 12 months. So, you know, we're heavily reliant on the primary sector, which is not a bad thing, but there will be some pain there as well. So I think just a word of caution around the fact that there's much said about the primary industry being the backbone of economic recovery in New Zealand. The primary industry next year will be taking a hit with a lot of other industries as well, which will be felt in our community in terms of economic contribution. So the next thing I guess we decided to do, and this is under, I guess we started off with, we need to focus on support. So the first sort of wave of our action plan was around support. So the second part was to create some forums for public engagement. And so Teresa and the team have set up an Ōtorohanga district page and an Ōtorohanga COVID business owners page, which is getting really good cut through throughout the district in terms of getting information out there, passing on webinar information, any opportunities we can to get information out around support to the local community. We then thought what we need to do is ring fence the local economy as much as we can. We need to build awareness around a buy local campaign, which was launched, I think, 10 days, 2 weeks ago. With most shops in town and in Kapia will have those by the end of the week. And really just encouraging people to spend local and keep as much of, I guess, our economic buying power within our local district to support those businesses. The other point I'd make is that we've also started work on enabling business to adapt through digital enablement. A lot of our business owners have relied on walk-through traffic, and especially in the retail space. We are empowering our eyesight team through some heavy training around digital enablement and to be able to support local business as well in that space. The other thing we've done is to ensure that where possible would support projects that are already in the pipeline, and Roy's talked about BD Home and also the Kiwi House development. And it's really good to see, whilst PT Home hasn't made it, that we do have the Kiwi House has made it through the first round of that CIP infrastructure fund and into the second round. So that's really good news for our community. So from an operational perspective, conscious of the fact that we through council funding have about 120,000 a year funding the eyesites. So we've rewritten, in the process of rewriting a business plan, which we hope to have to council by the end of next week, for the eyesight for the next 18 months, looking forward in terms of projections for that business and how we can make adjustments to ensure that it stands alone and doesn't require any more funding. So we'll have that through very shortly. The next big piece of work that we've been working on is to set up a strategic cross-border think tank to help deliver on areas that I guess are similar in terms of nature, and the fact that we, as I talked to earlier, have some similarities in terms of our economic infrastructure around dependency on tourism, dependency on the primary industry, and we'll be feeling similar pain points. So I'm going to get Kara to talk to that strategic think tank and just where we are with that presently.
Thank you, everybody. It's coming up on my video that I've been blocked at the other end, so I'll just speak if there is a chance to sort that out. You can see me. So our think tank group has been, oh, here we go. Hi, everybody. As a group across the district, as Duncan mentioned, we've Brian Hanna is the facilitator with both me and Duncan from the ODTB, King Ingham from the Ōtorohanga Charitable Trust, Eric Tate from the Ōtorohanga District Business Association, Ross Dockery representing Kawhia, Janine New and Alison Ferris from Legendary Tikawiti. We have Nick Andreef from Waitomo Village and Melanie Simpson from Pew Pew. We have invited representation from the Manapoto Māori Trust Board and working through that with them. So we meet weekly on a Wednesday and we have broken our kind of strategic ideas that we want to discuss into different areas. So I'll talk about them. One is to keep supporting attracting visitors, trying to promote people to our area as a destination. So as Tiwaka spoke of, through business development, it's very similar through marketing as a destination, from both a top-down approach that we're seeing rolled out from central government last week. Then there'll be another stream through the Tourism Waikato and Tiwaka funding networks, but we're also looking at a more bottom-up approach, starting from our buy local campaigns through the District Development Board and the Legendary Tikawiti, and then they'll be able to extend out. So at the moment we've got some plans underway, talking directly with the Waitomo operators. 2 weeks ago they couldn't really give us any ideas of their plans, and that's really moved ahead in the last 2 weeks. So we're working with them to develop some local products that we can then use our eyesight staff and Legendary Tikawiti staff to roll out those destination campaigns, which is moving ahead. And as you know, our two local councils are both significant contributors to Tourism Waikato, the RDO's Tiwaka, we can hopefully utilise some of their funding streams to support them. The next area we're looking at is business survival needs. As we've talked about, continuing with the Tiwaka surveys, and we were able to support Legendary Tikawiti to help them start getting theirs underway. The next area we have discussed is the employment and reskilling. So we see destination or areas such as Waitomo who have got large sectors of their workforce unable to work. The biggest risk we see is those people moving out of our district, and then once jobs come back online down the track, we won't necessarily have the skill sets to support the workforce. So we've been talking about different opportunities, and we had Gloria Campbell from MSD speak to us 2 weeks ago around the job seekers and matching jobs. So there is a program called Next Steps, and we're working at the moment actively with some local brokers seeing a bit like our contacting businesses, we see that there's a need to have people, local people on the ground, to make sure we're matching people effectively with the less stress to both parties. We've definitely seen, yeah, agriculture, forestry, engineering works, and looking at trying to get some new projects such as significant tree planting projects and fencing on farms, things that are already happening in our district, but trying to utilise some extra funding to get them underway. The fourth area that we talked about was looking at developing future projects. One that we're actively working on is the cycleway from Ōtorohanga to Waitomo Village. This is looking like a 12-month to 2-year project, and Ōtorohanga District Development Board is looking to fund a feasibility study for this project moving forward. That's kind of where our group's at the moment.
Thanks, Cara. And just following on from the employment and redeployment of those that have lost their jobs, you know, I think it would be naive of us all to think that we are going to, you know, be one of those fortunate districts that is relatively going to come off relatively unscathed. I think, you know, we have yet to see the full impact of this crisis, this health crisis on our local economy, and I think we need to prepare for that. So just following on from Cara's comments there, we've had initial discussions with the government and whether the Thrive Trust could actually end up providing some sort of facilitation process where they match people seeking jobs with those employers looking for new employees, and use something such as Next Steps as the platform, if you want for a better word, in the background to enable that to happen. So I've had initial discussions with Michelle on this to see whether there's some funding available, and I guess it really reinforces, I guess, the top-down, bottom-up approach that Michelle talked, is that, you know, I see Tiwaka and the regional development agencies providing the framework and facilitation for us then to then go out and I guess provide the impetus at a local level. So we've already had one large employer in town willing to actually put some money into this to help fund Peter and his team to get this off the ground. And if we can't get regional funding, we'll put this to the ODTB and fund this ourselves, because it's going to be really critical probably over the next 6 months that we have a real sense of community operating our district, but feel supported in times of vulnerability. And I think the worst is yet to come. So in terms of next steps for the ODTB, really the next stage for us, and there will be some crossover for some time, but I guess the next stage we're looking at is probably what we call the stimulus stage. We're already starting to work on that and hang out around destination marketing. So we've reproduced the local tourist map, digital map that's distributed, updating things such as the walkway around the stop banks, etc. We've engaged a professional photographer to update the photo library of our district so that we can use that for destination marketing. And outside that, really, it's about us having a strategic look about how we build strength and resilience, and more importantly, I think, diversity into our local economy. If I look at our local economy, it lacks diversity. We're so reliant on agriculture, which is a great thing right now, you could argue, but when agriculture gets a sniff, the whole local economy gets one hell of a cold. So I think this is a really opportune time for us to have a look at our local economy and see where we can develop this going forward. And that's why things such as the cycleway between Ōtorohanga and Waitomo will actually provide an opportunity to actually market our town and our district as a destination rather than a day visit to come to the Waitomo Caves or the Kiwi House. Coming back to things such as unemployment, you know, I think we need to think as a community about a support centre for our community. the redevelopment of maybe a community support centre that incorporates such things as the support house. I noticed last night on Facebook, things such as the toy library now are looking for a new home. Is this something the council could look at in terms of some economic development and community development to build some resilience across all levels in our community? As some will be aware, last year we looked at and we've done some initial feasibility on a community housing project on Te Kawa Street on some Maori leasehold land, and I've had some initial discussions with the chair of the community board about this as well. So there's another opportunity for us. It's interesting, Michael, talking about business opportunities and technology. I think it's interesting. I was in town this morning talking to a local local professional, and over this COVID period, they currently have an office space in town. They're now looking to co-share office space going forward with another business because they've realised that they can probably operate more effectively and efficiency by co-sharing a space with other professionals. So what does that look like in terms of the main street and our business district going forward? So, you know, I think those are the sorts of things we need to start to think about. And also just following on from that is how, you know, how we bring new business and new people to town. I know if I was someone living in an apartment for the last 6 weeks in downtown Auckland, I think somewhere like Ōtorohanga could be actually quite an attractive place for me and my family to live going forward. So how do we market ourselves as a place to live and work going forward? And so it's really important that we, you know, keep the foot on the throttle, so to speak, and really push housing development and that stimulus and momentum for our town that we already had prior to COVID. I think there's an opportunity, and Kara's touched on it. We've been working a little bit around the green economy. The primary industry is under immense pressure around regulation. There's a lot of planting that can happen. There's a lot of opportunity to reorganise our primary industry into other land use classes as well. But I think one of the key things that will probably drive this going forward is water. And I think us as individuals, as community members and as councillors need to have a new appreciation for the value of water and the water resource that we have. If you only have to look at, I guess, the drought that we've all endured as farmers this year, and how much more resilience we'd have if we actually, you know, could make better use of the water resource that we all have. So those are some of the ideas that are starting to formulate. It's very much been support at the front end, but now I think we need to start to think not only support but also stimulus and how we can stimulate our economy together going forward. So that was it, Max, from us. So happy to take questions.
Hey, first off, Duncan and Kara, look, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the initiative that has been shown by the ODTB and getting out there and supporting the community to the degree that you have. It's really encouraging, and I suppose as the Mayor, and I'm sure councillors around the table here feel the same way, when you have the opportunity to go forward now, seeing what we need to be focusing on in the future for Ōtorohanga, for the ODTB coming to council and saying, this is a suggestion, are you interested in getting in behind this? It's a great position that we're in right now. And again, I thank you so much for what you've done. Duncan, first thing on, you're talking about the eyesight. Has the national review been completed on the eyesights yet, or is it still being underway, or where are we?
No, is the short answer, Max. We've been sending emails and asking questions of the National Eyesight Organisation. They were to review their strategic plan. We've had no correspondence from them. They did promise it, Kara helped me out here, I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, that it was imminent, and we still have yet to receive anything. Yeah.
So decisions, a lot of your decisions you make dependent on how that review shapes as well, or you just go ahead with your own strategy?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm firmly of the view that there is, you know, the eyesight plays an important role in not only connecting outside visitors with our community, but also it's been displayed over the last 6 weeks that it plays an important role in connecting our local community as well. So our business plan reflects that to some extent, and I'm quite confident, given my knowledge of where maybe other councils sit relative to ours with respect to eyesights, that there may be a wider opportunity for us going forward as well.
Next question then, with the North King Country think tank and the work that you're doing with ODTB, has there been, and you're talking about the relationship with Gloria Campbell and MFB, what about the relationship with the likes of Wintec and the Wānanga? Have they come into discussion much about, I suppose, re-educating or further educating those that have been displaced from the workplace?
Look, very good question, Max, and no, not at this point, but we'll take that up. It was really, it was probably those that there are opportunities within our district currently in terms of redeployment, and it was probably just ensuring that we help facilitate those. But there will be, to your point, there'll probably be a limit to that. Further training's going to be quite important. I think one of the things that we need to be really mindful of is in this environment is that we have a bunch of year 13 students right now that are midway through their school year. What does life look like for them at the end of the year if in fact, to your point, they're not going to go out and do further training? Where are the opportunities for our young people in our town? So I think that needs to be front and center for us as well, and the wider community going forward.
No, thanks, Duncan. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Jeffries.
Thanks, Your Worship. Duncan and Cara, can I share Max's compliments and congratulate you guys? I had no appreciation really of the scope of work that you have been looking at, and today's been very informative, very interesting, and I appreciate what you guys are doing for us. The one that really interests me, I guess, probably because of where I sit out here, and I'm just looking out my window at the moment at a beautiful harbour and its surrounds, is the cross-border opportunities that we have with our neighbours, and the possibility of some sort of a loop, if you like, between even if we go from the Kiwi House to Carpia and round to Waitomo Caves or vice versa, and sort of whether that can be promoted in some way. There's also some moves, albeit in an infancy stage out here, to get a cycle/walkway thing going out here as well, possibly between Carpia and Aotea. And maybe if you guys could keep that on your radar at some stage too, that would be really cool. Yeah, I think there's an opportunity out here, and when I look at the development that's gone out here just recently with the new hotel. And we were talking about tourism earlier and how we can actually do something to try and assist their occupancy of that, but also whether there's an opportunity to do something with the local marae as well in terms of perhaps marae stays or put on a cultural show and an overnight stay here and move on sort of thing. They're all just sort of top of mind things that I've just sort of thought about now. But the other thing I was going to ask was, in terms of the mental health of the community, I guess what's we've all gone through in the last 2 or 3 months has affected a lot of people in different ways, some more so than others. And I guess there is potentially some issues around mental health, and I just wondered whether, if that's, it may be outside the scope of your brief, but I just wondered whether you'd given any consideration to the likely impact of that. And the only other one was, I think with the government's latest promotion of apprenticeships, I think there's an opportunity for us too to really get back into that sort of locally, doing what I think Max has been involved in that too, in terms of having something local and having people feeding through that system into local businesses and elsewhere. So congratulations again. Keep up the good work, you guys. You're doing a marvellous job. Thank you.
I'll make a couple of comments, Kit, if I may, Max, just around those questions around Kapia. And then, Cara, do you want to make some comments around mental health in terms of some of the anecdotal sort of evidence from Theresa and the team when they phoned some of our business owners? But I think we're very fortunate, Kit, that we have someone like Ross on our think tank group. So we're getting a really good feel for the needs and opportunities, I guess, for the community of Kapia around destination marketing. So very much front of mind. This next week, prior to the think tank, ODTB had already engaged a firm, T3 Media, to do some video content for us. So we're coming to Kapia next week with Timo to shoot some of the local scenery, as well as the update of the photo library as well. We'll be part of that. And to get some local stories together so that we can use that as part of our destination marketing campaign. And I think that's the key strength of this strategic think tank, is that when we're thinking cross-border, we're thinking about the region as a whole and the opportunity that provides. And you think about the natural beauty that we have within our environment, and you know, we can develop packages to suit, you know, any socio-economic group of people, where they can come and enjoy a day out in our environment without, you know, costing a lot more than the tank of gas to get here. So yeah, it's very much front of mind, and we're really looking forward and quite excited about what we can develop here. The big question will be funding, and we are putting a proposal together at the moment to hopefully go to the North King Country Development Trust. But you know, we're thinking we need to throw in the order of $30,000 to $40,000 initially at this destination marketing to really get this going. So, Cara, some comments around mental health?
Yeah, so definitely that was forefront of our mind, particularly amongst business owners in the tough time during the talks. If there was any issues that directly came up, we were able to touch base with those. I touched base with all those companies or business owners directly, and we could direct them to immediate help as we need. We also feel there's a need for a business mentoring program that we're in the process of thinking about to, you know, tee up different groups or industries together to help solve some of those common problems that they may have. One that we're talking about at the moment is setting up like a kind of a business get together regularly, where business owners can, you know, drop in maybe to the eyesight on a Friday night and have a catch up, or a chat or a breakfast, just to, you know, spread that net wide and offer support to people directly. And so we're doing that at definitely a business level. The community level seems to be well managed by the GPs, the local support that's been advertised through central government, I presume, or the DHBs, and also through the support house. And talking to Deb and her team, those services have been well utilised at the moment, but there is capacity still to provide support.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, you just thanks, Duncan. Really impressed with the diversity, if I can steal your word, of all the aspects that you're getting into. Really appreciate that. I was just thinking in terms of tangible things to attract local tourists and perhaps foreign tourists when they get back here, but just in terms of events, has there been any appetite for doing something we haven't done before? And has there been any talk of that, whether it's been yes we should, or we just need the right people, or it's too hard or too risky or whatever to an event or series of events that perhaps we could actually attract people to our town? Has there any been talk around your circles of anything like that?
Short answer is yes, and we have one in train at present. So prior to COVID, Derek Worcester, who's on our board, had actually collated a database of all our local artists, whether they be painters or weavers, and so we're actually in the process of determining whether we can actually set up a weekend extravaganza to showcase all our local artists and maybe use the club or something of that nature. So we use that as a weekend where we can attract people to come in and view and also at the same time, I guess, purchase local arts and crafts. So that's just something small that we're looking at the moment. Some of the thinking around things such as a cycleway between Ōtorohanga and Waitomo villages that we have drawn on a map effectively where this could go, and I've talked to all but one of the landowners affected by this, and they're all very supportive to date of this concept. But you start thinking about, and that's a 15k direct line between Ōtorohanga and Waitomo. You know, we could run such things as an annual half marathon, or you know, those sorts of things. So you know, this is where we need to sort of really start to get our heads around annual events that actually can attract people to town. And we only have to look at the Steam Fest we had, what was that, 2 years ago, and just, you know, what a raving success that was in terms of bringing people to town for the weekend. So yes, it is front and center. Really keen to support local business and local initiatives, and so the most immediate one for us really was the arts and crafts sort of exhibition was the thing that Teresa and the team are working on currently.
Thank you.
Anything further, councillors? Oh, good. Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. I think there's been an era of frustration for a number of years, ODTB with us and us with ODTB. But what I see right now is a real opportunity for a real constructive and productive future. And again, I just thank you both very much for the work that you've put into the last couple of months and the contact you've made with local businesses, being involved in the North King Country think tank. And I look forward to you coming to council with ideas in the promotion of our district going forward. So again, thanks very much. Appreciate you spending the time to come and report to us.
Thanks, Max, and thanks,
Thank
team.
you.
Have a good day.
Good day, thank you. I'll move that report be received. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Williams, all in favour? Aye. Thank you. Cheers, Cara. Right, now moving on was a realignment of, where are we? Sorry, I'll just get things in front of me here now. We've had those two presentations. There was going to be the next item was going to be the statement proposal for the Kiwi House, but due to, even though we're not actually doing anything with that statement proposal today, but it would be a breach of current policy if we went with that statement proposal. So that's why the reversal of the order in some respects with our agenda items. So we're going to move on to item 69, which is the amendment to the liability management policy. So in that case, there is. Hi, Graham.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, councillors. So in fact, the next three reports, the liability management policy, the investment policy, and the statement of proposal with the Kiwi House are all intrinsically linked, and I just felt it would be better to discuss the changes to the liability management policy and the investment policy first before we discuss the statement of proposal on the Kiwi House. I'm actually going to flip it around again, Your Worship. So the changes that we've had to make to the liability management policy are as a result of the changes that we've had to make to the investment policy. And so that will become apparent as we go forward. So when I start talking about these, I'm actually going to start talking about them both together. And in future, we may actually combine those two policies into one policy, which is quite common in councils as well, to have an investment and liability policy in the one document. So in sort of February, March this year, we went through starting to do our due diligence on the proposals for both Betty Home and the Kiwi House. And as part of that due diligence, it was identified that there were changes that we would need to make to council policy if we were to go ahead with that. At that stage, it was just a change to the investment policy, but as we've worked through that, the changes that we've made there have resulted in a change to the liability management policy as well. So the changes resulted in the addition of two clauses. One of those is to enter into guarantees, and the other is to enter into loan advances. So neither of those clauses were contained in our existing investment policy, and you'll see in the report there guidelines for us if we were to undertake both of those things, guarantees and loan advances. So I guess the key message here is that if council was to entertain this, then it would need to come back to council as a council resolution, and depending on the application would depend on whether how far we go with putting restrictions around that. So with the guarantees, I think the key message is there is that we're limiting it to 5% of council's debt capacity, and with the loan advances, we're limiting it to 10% of council's debt capacity. And so when we talk about debt capacity, that's council's basically their total public debt. The reason for restricting community loans and restricting guarantees, I guess, is probably quite obvious, is that council's core business is around investing in core infrastructure, and so we have to make sure that we've got sufficient headroom in our level of debt. Council will recall our last LTP that our infrastructure strategy showed outside the LTP years, those years sort of 2030 to 2040, that council was looking to invest close to $30 million in core infrastructure, and mainly that was around pipe replacements that starting to get to the end of their useful lives. So it's not something that's going to be peculiar to this council. Most of the underground network in New Zealand was put in the 60s, and with 70 or 80 year lifespan, there's going to have to be significant investment probably in the next 10 to 15 years. So council, when we get to that point, we'll have to have sufficient debt capacity to be able to undertake that investment. So when we put those limits of 5% and 10% on there, that invariably ended up with some changes to our liability management policy. So what was restricting it in that was the covenants that we had put on ourselves, particularly the covenant around net debt as a percentage of total revenue, which we had at 100%, which would have restricted our total debt to 20 million. So when we were putting a 10% cap on a community loan, for example, that would mean the maximum we could have in community loans would have been just a little over 2 million. So in order to kind of give us a little bit more room to move there, the changes to the liability management policy have moved to the we're proposing that they move to the LGFA covenants, and that brings us into line with what their requirements are. But in saying that, it's council's role, I guess, to be risk averse and in terms of, I guess, prudent financial management. We can still put restrictions in our financial strategy about what we expect our level of debt to be. So we can have those open covenants in line with the LGFA and our liability management policy, but we could still restrict that if we thought that that was going to be too high for a small council. So as an example, if we were to with the covenants under the LGFA at 175% as net debt as a percentage of total revenue, that would mean that our total debt could go up to 35 million. It's not saying that we would take it up to that, but it's the covenants that the LGFA have put on it. Interestingly, the LGFA have lifted those covenants even higher for rated councils up to 250%. So a number of councils around the country are, we're very close to that, and so it's to give them a little bit more headroom, particularly some of the big metros. So I guess with the investment policy, I'll take the rest of it as read. you know, council doesn't generally enter into loan advances, but as we're going to go discuss the statement proposal with the Kiwi House in the next report. You know, if we do enter into loan advances, then I guess we need to make sure that because we're under huge public scrutiny and a public entity, that we do our own due diligence and that we're consulting with the community as we're proposing to. So yeah, I'll take any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Graham. It's interesting at a time where, you know, councils have been historically criticised for borrowing too much money. We're now in an environment where we're told to borrow, borrow, borrow. And it's such a total reversal that's come about through obviously COVID-19. And I'm not saying that has any real relevance in what we're here, but just going back to, I'm not sure if we're talking about both items 70 and 69 at the same time, or you'd like to stick to item 70. Were you taking ours?
I think if we just stick to the investment policy, but I just wanted to sort of the changes to the liability management policy are because of those requirements, guarantees and loan advances in terms of debt capacity.
Okay, that's cool. So I have no issue there at the moment, and I'll go on to the liability one in a moment. Any questions, councillors?
Max, can you hear me? It's Robin.
You can, Robin. Yeah, sorry you obviously couldn't get off being muted. So welcome back. Unfortunate, but that's
well. I'm just on the phone now. I'm not on. The Zoom dropped out totally.
Okay. Do you have a question, Robin?
Well, I've just come back in on this, and this is a topic that I've been quite interested in, have had something to say about, and I haven't been able to participate, which concerns me somewhat. Yeah, I think we have to have really good reasons as to why we want to do this.
So at the moment we aren't on item 66, we moved to item 70 and 69. So we made sure we're in alignment with our investment policy and our liability management policy. So we moved on.
Yes,
to
I realised what you're talking about the policy at this stage.
Okay. So obviously at this stage, we're talking about the investment policy, which is 5% of our debt capacity, which is why we've taken our liability management policy up to less than 175% from where it was at 100% prior. So it's just bringing those two into alignment. Councillors, if you have any questions, and you inclusive, obviously, Robin, now's your opportunity. All quiet on the home front. Kind of interesting when you're looking around the screen. Yes, Councillor Jeffries.
Oh, Max, through you to Graham, just a point of clarification, Graham. On page 57 and 58, pardon me, the third paragraph on page 57, which starts loan investments greater than, and then the similar paragraph on page 58, which is about halfway down the page there, talks about loan investments greater than blah, 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 be limited to no more than 10% of council's debt capacity. When I looked at that, the first time I looked at that, I wondered whether we were talking about a loan investment greater than 100% be limited to 10%, or are we talking about all loan investments amounting to 10%? Just a point of clarification, because that could be read in two different ways. So I'm just wondering whether we should have a word in there saying total investments or something should be limited to no more than 10%, or you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, no, that's fair comment, Kit, and we can reword that to give it greater clarity.
That'll be cool. Okay, thanks. And just, it's only a minor thing too. It's mainly just the addition of a word here. In those same paragraphs, that says loan investments greater than will be in first instance be funded from debt, and then there's this includes internal debt in parenthesis. And I'm just wondering whether the word "and" should be added straight after that, and be limited to no more than. The sentence is not quite complete without that in there. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Did you want to say something, Tanya?
Whereabouts was that, Kit?
Oh, it's in those two paragraphs that start with loan investments greater than 100,000, and at the moment it reads loan investments greater than 100 will be in the first instance be funded from debt. This includes internal debt, be limited to no more. And I just wonder it should be and be limited to no more. That's all. It's only a minor thing, but I just thought it might help to clarify.
Yep. Okay. Through you, Your Worship, can I just say something? Graham has said that those wording changes can be made, and that's great. This wording forms part of the resolution that council will adopt today. So can I suggest that Graham has some time to make those wording changes now, so that we're absolutely clear that the resolution we adopt has included the correct wording? Because yeah, if it was changes in the body of the report and there were ands and that missing, I would be more comfortable. But because it actually is part of the resolution you're going to adopt, I would like the wording to be accurate, please.
Yep, fair enough.
So, Councillor Jeffries just wanted to add that one word "and."
My understanding is that there needs to be clarification around between the $100,000 and the 10%. Is that correct, Councillor?
Yes, that's right. Thanks. Yep.
Yep. We may need two sentences.
Councillor Williams, you want to add something?
These are not going to change the structure, but there's if you're going to be making changes, there are just a couple of other little grammar ones there in the paragraph above loan advances. It's at least annually and more so if required by council, not of. And down in the loan advances one, the loss would be met by the budget that supports the purpose of the loan, not to purpose.
Yeah.
Okay. So through Your Worship. So Graham, do you need some time to actually go and have a look at those and reword them so that we know what we're going to adopt?
Yeah, if I could get someone else to do that, Tanya, so I can carry on.
Yep. So Brendan, is he around? Can he maybe help out?
Are you there, Brendan?
Brendan.
Could you Brendan, could you maybe contact Stephen as well, just to kind of help you with those changes?
Thank you.
Okay, so at this stage, are we sitting on this for a little while, or do we move on to go back to another agenda item? Tanya or Graham?
We can carry on with the liability management policy, Max, and adopt that resolution there.
So can I suggest for the record, the public record, we say that we're going to leave that the current one lying on the table while that is worked on. I'm just concerned that we're being a bit informal, and so that Colin can record that in the minutes that we were on one agenda item. Now we're going to move to another while we wait for that other resolution to be worked on.
So item 70 is tabled at the moment until those amendments are made, and then we'll come back to it. So now we'll move on for public record to item 69, to the amendment to liability management policy.
Right.
Thanks, Your Worship. So I think we've pretty much covered that off. So it's really just moving to recommendation is that we basically replace the existing table with the new covenants, which are the LGFA covenants.
Yeah.
I'm happy to move that, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffries. Is there any other discussion around there first, councillors?
Yeah, just a question. for Graham, where would, this is obviously for guarantees, loans, etc. Where, if anywhere, would the subject of grants come into our policy? Is that?
Yeah, well, that's would sit outside the investment and liability policies, but that would then just form part of your annual plan discussions. Roy?
So I might be able to help out here through you, Your Worship, saying that I used to manage community grants at lots of the different councils I've worked at. A lot of councils have a community grants policy. And so it sits alongside these policies here so that council and the community are clear on what instances and what requirements there are around council grants. So it includes decision-making processes, the avenues for obtaining a grant, the reporting, whether council has any caps on the grants that they would give, and some list the grant schemes that they actually have at the time. So yeah, that's kind of another piece of work, I guess.
Yeah, I guess an answer to your question was, so that under the current policies, they would need to make application to council for a grant. Yeah.
Yeah. So just a summary, that we don't actually have a grants policy at the moment, but we do just via meetings or a formal process in council.
Yeah, generally we've I guess consider grants on a case-by-case basis, and it's usually been in conjunction with the annual plan or long-term plan, but there's no reason for council to consider grants outside of that. If there was an application made, they would just need to provide a means as to how that grant was going to be funded, and look, it potentially could be funded from a separate council reserve, you know, but there would need to be a report back to council, and then so that would need to be resolved here.
Yeah. So it's just not part of an investment policy. That's all. I'm getting to. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions, councillors? If not, we've got the recommendation there, the liability management policy adopted at the meeting on 24th October 2017 be amended to replace the existing table under the heading debt ratios and limits for the following table. It was moved by Councillor Jeffries. Do we have a seconder? Second, Councillor Ferguson. All in favour, say aye, or raise your hand is probably best. Thank you. Carried. Moving back to, I suppose I'll see on the timing, it might be a bit quick to get back to Brendan at this stage. It's kind of a cue, Brendan.
Your Worship, he may be on the phone to Stephen, or he may have turned off and be working on the resolution. So probably a little unfair to be asking him to be on the end of the Zoom meeting as well at this point in time. But maybe we could take 5 minutes to and do a timeout, because Graham, it's probably best if we adopt these two before we move to the next item. Unless you wanted to do the LGFA item now.
We can do the LGFA one now.
Yeah, I can do.
Sorry to all those that are watching this meeting. You know, we're going all around in circles at the moment, but to ensure we get that resolution correct on item 70, and before we move on to item 66, the statement of proposal for the Kiwi House loan, I'd like to move on now to item 68, which is the local government funding agency amendments. Graham.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So I guess the reason for this report is even though council's not going to be dramatically affected by these changes, is that council is still party to all of these agreements, and so we have to sign all of these agreements, and the I guess delegations that were set by the LGFA were slightly different to our own delegations, where these deeds had to be signed by 2 councillors and the chief executive's report had to be signed by the chief executive, where our delegations generally are the mayor and chief executive, etc. So it's really just so that these deeds can be signed by two councillors. So just in summary, the changes that have been made. So the major one is that although it doesn't directly affect us, it will kind of indirectly affect us, is that the LGFA have now made changes so that they can lend directly to CCOs. And so while council don't have any CCOs, we deal, I guess, a huge amount with Inframax, who are Waitomo District Council's CCOs. So these changes that the LGFA have made, and there are restrictions in terms of lending to CCOs, and those restrictions are outlined in the report. So it will mean that because Inframax is wholly owned by Waitomo District Council, they can now borrow direct from the LGFA. So that will certainly give them some advantages as well. The two changes that don't dramatically affect us is the increase in borrowing notes from 1.6% to 2.5% of the amount borrowed. So every time council borrows from the LGFA, we have to put in place borrowing notes, and so they're effectively, I know it's quite complex, but they're effectively debt instruments which can be converted to capital if need be. So for the $3 million bond that we currently have, we have an offset investment of 48,000, which we get interest on, and when we repay the $3 million bond to the LGFA, then that 48,000 is repaid from them as well. And the other one is around the provision of standby borrowing facilities. So that's just to give councillors a little bit more flexibility. So currently we have a facility with the BNZ. It's kind of like I guess it's just a big overdraft if we needed, some short term. So basically the LGFA are now offering that option. So if we needed to have some short term borrowing, we could use the LGFA. Yeah, so the resolution is just that the council's entry into the documentation is authorised, and that the mayor and one councillor be authorised to execute the following deeds, and there's a stack of them, and that council authorise the chief executive to execute the chief executive certificate. Any questions on that? It's all pretty straightforward.
Yes, Councillor Williams.
That doesn't change any of our existing ones. They're not going to ask us for more borrower notes to meet our existing facility of the existing 3 mil.
No, I think that's from that date. Yeah. Yeah. So the date that those deeds are signed, so existing borrower notes would still be at the 1.6%.
Thank you, Graham. Any further questions?
It's been a bit of a mission for the LGFA trying to get all these deeds signed in lockdown, and when that email came around with all the deeds attached to it, and it's my little printer at home wouldn't have coped. So we'll need to probably get onto that tomorrow to get all those deeds printed out and signed by mayor and a councillor, and get them back to them.
Through you, Your Worship, Graham, I think it's a very good report. Thank you for that. It's been it's interesting to see that CCOs can now borrow direct, which is good, and that'll be beneficial, obviously, for any number of those. The other thing that was really interesting was the provision of our committed standby borrowing facility, which, as you say, is almost like an extended overdraft in some ways, and I guess that money is on offer at LGF rates as opposed to the usual bank overdraft rate. So there's a real plus there for us as well, should we need that. So no, it's a very good report. Thank you for that, and I'm happy to move the recommendation, Your Worship.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor. just while we're on that, on point 2 under the recommendation, is that the mayor and one other councillor be authorised to execute the following deeds for the purpose of the recommendation above. At this stage, should we be looking at the deputy mayor as being that person, so we're clear on who that signee is? The council is in support of that. Thank you. So I don't know if that needs to be written into the recommendation that the councillor be the deputy mayor. Your thoughts, Tanya?
For you, Your Worship, I think that would be really good if we said under recommendation 2, the mayor and deputy mayor be authorised.
Thank you. So with the recommendation we have there, the only amendment to what we see in front of us is on point 2, where it says the mayor and one other councillor be changed to the mayor and deputy mayor be authorised to execute the following deeds for the purpose of the recommendation. You're still happy to move that, Councillor Jeffries? And we have a seconder for that motion. Councillor Ferguson, thank you. All in favour, raise your hands. Again, thank you. Didn't see yours for a while, Councillor Williams. I was out the side. Look, thanks, Graham. Yeah, certainly this this meeting, there's been a lot of work that's gone in by you to get these agenda items out. So I appreciate your time and commitment. Thank you.
I'd love to take the credit, Your Worship, but Brendan actually wrote that report, and it was because there's a number of other councils in the LGFA. There was a number of councils that had already put that same report to council, so it was handy.
Okay, can you pass on the appreciation to Brendan when he's back around? Thank you. From there, councillors, while we're still waiting to get some feedback on item 70, can we move to item 67?
Should we check in and see if Brendan's there, Your Worship?
Could do it. Brendan, are you home?
No. Okay.
Sorry. Okay, as I said, we'll move on to item 67, approval of the revised dog control policy and bylaw. I imagine Andrew's around somewhere. Andrew. Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's it. I was just unmuting. I'm on audio only.
Thank you.
Someone took me off the pictures, so that's fine. Good morning, councillors. You've got the, start video now. Here we go.
Yeah.
So this is, I hope, the final version of the dog control policy. The recommendations in 2 parts, that it be, obviously, that the policy be approved, and that council, the second part is that council consider the insertion of an additional dog exercise area in Ōtorohanga and approval of the funding to create that space. I'll take my report as read. The maps outlining the new area are attached to the back of the policy. It's in purple. Unfortunately, the aerial photo that it's been imposed over is 3 or 4 years old now, and that area is now all in grass. The western boundary of that space is already fenced, because that's the boundary of our new lease area that we've taken over from Kiwi Rail. Most of that area lies in that space that we recently entered into the lease agreement with Kiwi. They have given their approval for that change of use, or its use as a sort of recreational area that's probably a bit different from what we originally asked them for. So I suppose really just happy to answer any questions you've got about the document.
Well, thank you, Andrew. Yeah, rather than me asking, I think Councillor Christensen will have a question.
Hi, Andrew. Hey, a couple of questions. The Hopatia, the aerial photo, it is the purple area that total area you're talking about? Because I think in the submissions, it was further down the other end towards the camping ground.
Well, it was no, it was always my understanding that it was that end, that was the area that the conversation started with a plan that was submitted by Robert Prescott, which basically included that area, but a bit further. He sort of drew his line a bit more into the railway area. I don't think that that you would be pushing the bounds of consultation acceptability if you were to suddenly go and put a dog exercise area next to private property, which would be if you were to go down the other end of this space, because you would be putting your exercise area adjacent to the campground.
Okay, I've got okay, well that's where it was marked because I've got it on the old minutes, but I'm just bringing it up. The other thing is that when we talked about council approaching Kiwi Rail to see if we could use that area, repurpose it, we said that we there was something to the effect that put Waipa, leave it in there at the moment, because there were no supporting submissions for Waipa. So I'm just wondering why we are spending money on both when the one that was highlighted to have the most support is the Herpetia. And then we're talking about recontouring and all sorts down at Waipa. And then you talk, there's the cost of fencing at Herpetia, and we're talking about netting, wire and netting fencing when the Waipa area doesn't have that. So I'm just confused to the costs.
So the work that's planned for Waipa Esplanade is going to happen anyway. It's just a tidy up that's been a bit delayed, possibly by what's happened over the last month or two. And also it's the transition of that area from grazing into grass control, and just to tidy up at the tail end of the northern end of the walkway, because there was some trees removed. There's a bit of stumping to be done. There's some ground contouring to be done. All of that work's going to happen anyway. It's just happenstance and fortunate that the dog area is proposed for there as well. So
okay, well then that brings another point. If it's going to be grass management, it's going to be long grass, so no one's going to use it for dogs. So I'm just wondering why we're having two.
Well, I'm sorry, I got the wrong handle on it, but the inference I took from the last meeting was that land, that the general acceptance was that should be included in the bylaw, and now I'm hearing that.
Okay, no, I'll find the minutes. See if anyone else has got any questions. I'll mute myself and find the minutes.
In terms of the overall cost, I mean, obviously grass is long for a short period of time and then it's mown and it's short again. So that there does vary back and forth. From my own perspective, if you find the minutes to see otherwise, councillor, that's fine. I don't see an issue with having two dog exercise areas for the minimal costs that there is involved in that. I'm probably not prepared to debate at this point whether something was there or not until I'm proven otherwise. I'll open it up to councillors at this point, actually.
Through you, Your Worship, Andrew, could I just ask for a couple of more photos if it's possible to get them? On page 24 of your bylaw, we've got the foreshore playground.
Oh yes, yes. So there's no photos of the old existing areas, but it's no problem to include them. We can put those into the
just to, you know, so the reader is there's no mistake, if you like.
No, I think that's a fair comment, and that there's no absolute. You've got the same quality of detail for all the areas. Yeah.
So that's the foreshore playground and the Cartier foreshore, because you've got the triangle already in there. So that's cool.
Okay.
The only other question I had, Andrew, was what do we do with these once these policies in terms of accessibility, if you like, to the public? Is this something like this? Is it going to be left, say, out at the library here or down at the museum or something, so people can access it, or are we going to rely?
All our policies are on our website.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't use the website.
That's fine. I can put copies out there, and no problem.
Yeah. Well, I think probably it would be useful, particularly at the museum, because that's where a lot of people go if they want information. It is sort of our information centre. So
no problem at all.
That's possible. That'd be great. Thanks very much.
Yes, Councillor Tanya, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think through you, Your Worship, it's fine to have copies of the dog policy and bylaw anywhere, but if I'm out walking Poochie and I come to a place where I'm unsure what I'm supposed to do, I think probably critical to this is making sure that there's good signage out there to make sure that people on the spot aren't needing to go to the museum or council or the website to try and find that information. So I know that Andrew has, has proposed signage there. In terms of Councillor Christensen's question, so was the question around whether we should have brought two dog exercise areas to this council meeting? Is that the question?
The question is about, like, we're talking about Hoopatier and the costs could be, oh golly, $4.5 grand, and then an extra $2,000 for water and stuff like that. And I'm just concerned that if we're going to be spending money on Waipa, which is not going to be used, why is it in there? And the meeting minutes aren't actually online. That's only because we've just approved them. But I was wrong. What it does say is perhaps, it says perhaps retain. It doesn't say retain, so it's pretty wishy-washy, our minutes. Perhaps retain the Waipa espionage area and for investigation to be carried out on the Kiwi Rail. So yeah, that was my mistake. But yeah, perhaps. I'm just worried that we're going to be spending money on Waipa when it's not going to be used, but Andrew said it's going to be spent anyway for grass management when it's been grass managed before. So I'm not quite sure why we have to recontour for grass harvesting when it's already been done in the past.
I can answer that.
Cool.
We're reharvesting, we're recontouring because you are now running mowing machinery and hay baling machinery over it regularly, and there's a large swale drain there that he's been digging up with his machinery. So to optimise the take of grass of it and to minimise the damage on his machinery, they're going to recontour the swale drain.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Just might be some clarification on the perhaps. As a non-dog owner, the discussion was around having started with 2 dog walking areas, losing one because of the walkway going through, and we had an option, a possibility to have the Esplanade one become a second one when we already had 2, and so as not to exclude that from being, we didn't have firm costs at the time, and yeah, I thought it looked sensible to have a look at the costs and see whether you could have 2, and if you were going to be losing one because of the walkway.
Your Worship, I do have the minutes if we wanted to share my screen.
Go for it.
So
we should all have them because we just passed them before.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it might be easier.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So there's the wording there in the minutes, and the resolution. So there's the.
It's at the top of page 4.
Yeah.
During the discussion.
And so the resolution that staff investigate options, that second resolution was added in, creating off-leash dog exercise areas in Ōtorohanga, and bring these back to council in April 2020, which obviously it's a month late.
Thank you, Tony.
All right.
Yeah, the way I see it, for if the work is going to be done on the Esplanade and it's still available for dog control area at this stage, like, I mean, for me, I don't live in town. I don't exercise a dog in town, so it's pretty hard to say, but I for the minimal cost that it is, I don't see that there's anything disadvantageous in having it available. And we may decide in a year down the track or 2 years down the track that any further ongoing investment there is unworthwhile. I simply can't make a call for those that may wish to use it.
Yeah, I think my concern was just around cost, and then we're talking about wire netting for one in Ho'opatea, so we've costed that, but you're talking about having one at Waipa Esplanade, which has pretty substandard fencing. So yeah, like if it's a dog exercise area, should it not have good fencing? It seems like there's two standards, that's all. So I'm just concerned that there will be money spent at Waipa unnecessarily, because I don't believe it will be used, and especially if it's grass harvested, people are not going to take their dogs down to run in the long grass when they've got a mowed one.
Yes, Tony.
Sorry, Your Worship. So is it the wish of council that we just focus on one dog exercise area, and that is Huiputea, and anything that happens to the Waipa Esplanade is happening for a different reason? It's happening because of what Andrew just explained. And if people want to use it for their dogs and wade through high grass or whatever, then they are perfectly able to, but we don't advertise it as a dog exercise area. Is that another option?
I support it as a second area. I think it's another end of town. If people use it or not, we'll see in a few years. I don't think the costs are out of this world, as Andrew's explained, and I support it like I did before. Like they're miles apart. We're not talking about two dog areas on top of each other. Yeah, I think we just roll with having it available. That's my way.
Oh, me. Yeah, I hear what Councillor Ferguson's saying, but I'll once again say Ho'opatea is going to be fenced properly from this report. Waipa isn't. There's a school, there's a daycare centre right next door, so you've got yeah, we're fencing one properly so the dogs are safely contained, and another isn't, and it's right next to children.
Can I just make a comment? The fencing is to demarcate the area. It's not to control the dogs.
So we don't need wire netting then, which is an extra expense, which is highlighted in the report.
Your Worship, was that not something to do with Kiwi Rail requiring us to have better fencing to meet their requirements?
Yeah, we wanted it as an exercise area. It has to be fenced.
Okay, oh, well, that's cool. Maybe that should have been highlighted so we all understand.
Good. Councillor Williams?
That was going to be my comment. I think the fast-moving train is much more of a hazard that requires netting than the other area down at the Esplanade.
Cool. Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Oh, you just a question on the current use of the Waipa area, is that a cost to council to harvest that grass, or is it who's the occupier of that land at the moment?
Sorry, I can't answer that question. I'm not sure.
Through you, the chair, I can answer that question for you.
Thank you, Trish.
So currently we've got a casual arrangement with Bruce Collinson Smith. He's paying us for standing grass and cutting silage. That's an interim arrangement until all the stock bank leases come up for tender, which has been pushed out another year.
Okay, so there's no problem in us acquiring that area. Just checking. Yeah.
No, that doesn't affect his buying that standing grass and harvesting.
Cool. Thank you. Look, now we've all gone around in circles. I think we've come back with a clear answer. The fencing, which was going to be at Lake Huiputea, is to stop dogs from running on the railway tracks. Otherwise, it's just fencing as the demarcation of where the perimeters are. I see no issue with Huiputea, sorry, at Esplanade, if the work is going to be done on there anyway for grass harvesting. It's another option, whether it's used or not is up to the people. If it's long grass, my guess is they won't use it. If it's short grass, there's the opportunity for an alternative dog exercise area at this point. So the only guy, if everybody's happy with that at this stage, are we happy effectively or not? Sorry, I've just got to get back. What page is the start of this?
Sorry, Your Worship, can I just, before you do a resolution, In the dog policy, actual bylaw or policy, 5.7, I really think needs to be reworded. Nothing in this bylaw shall be construed as granting permission for any person to take or park any vehicle in a public place where taking or parking of such vehicle would otherwise not be permitted. Does anyone understand what that means?
Can you tell me a
Yeah,
page?
so I knew that would come up.
Yeah, page 17, 5.7. You knew it would, eh, Andrews?
Yes, and there's a reason for it being in there. And sorry, I should have tagged it in here. I haven't got it in here.
I think you've explained it before, but to me about it meaning something about dogs being in a car, but
Yeah, so
that's not what it says. I just think it needs to, I feel it needs to be reworded so that if it doesn't come up again. So yeah.
Sorry. Somewhere it says that dogs can be kept in cars. So the purpose of that is that if someone parks their car in an unlawful position and then tries to claim that their dog is in the car so they don't get prosecuted because of the Dog Control Act, they therefore are not liable under another of our bylaws, which is our traffic bylaw. So that's the purpose of it. I mean, it was put there. We had a legal review of this bylaw when it was first. Yeah.
Councillor, question: has it caused issues with anybody at this stage? If that is the reason why it was put there?
No, never to my knowledge been an issue. First time that's been commented on is through this review process.
Yeah, last time, yeah, when it went out for submission, it was commented on.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if we could tweak some words, that's all. It's not, I wouldn't see it as being too hard, or if it relates to another policy or bylaw, putting that in brackets, or I don't know. I just think, yeah, if you read the policy, you just think, oh, what are they talking about?
Yeah, perhaps we could reword it so that it says what we actually mean it to say.
Okay, it's fine.
We have to have that amendment now before we make a resolution.
Well, we're adopting the policy and bylaw today, and this is it. This is going to go on the public record, so it's probably not much use us, you know, adopting. Same as the previous one, Your Worship. It's probably not that great to adopt something and then have wording put in later.
And up until this, it's there for a purpose. At this stage, it's caused no issue. Councillor Christensen, you'd still like to see that removed or reworded for the sake of clarity. Is that correct?
I think so. I don't know. What's the consensus? Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Oh, here it is here. Sorry. It's under prohibited areas, where it says that talking about Maniapoto Street in particular, this being the whole of Maniapoto Street unless the dog is tied on or confined within a vehicle. So what that other clause does is it means that someone can't leave a vehicle in their car and park in a no parking space, or leave it there for more than the time period of the parking area because they're not allowed to take their dog out onto the street to go with them about their business or something like that. So if we were to say what is it, 5.3?
What?
You could probably just add on in the back of that, in breach of the Ōtorohanga District Council traffic bylaw. Would that satisfy everybody?
Satisfies me, Councillor. Christensen? Yes, Tanya?
Through you, Worship, can we just be clear about 5.3? How does it relate to 5.3? Tell me what you would make, how you would change that, Andrew, please.
Well, just on that, after site of any public place within the district in breach of the traffic bylaw.
Oh, I see.
So the traffic bylaw talks about, you know, that's where we set all our time limits and detail our parking restriction areas.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the, sorry, what is the added wording to that again, Andrew? Sorry.
In breach of the traffic bylaw.
Notwithstanding the provisions of clause 5.2 hereof, the owner of any dog shall cause, is that,
It's 5.7, Tanya, not 5.3. Sorry.
Yeah.
I know that, but Andrew just said
sorry.
5.2 the traffic bylaw.
Sorry, 5. Yeah, okay.
Well, could I just suggest that you take out the last part after the or and just put in Andrew's recommendation? Just take that confusion part out. The parking of such vehicle would otherwise not be permitted. You just say the parking of which would be a breach of our traffic bylaw. It just makes it, simplifies it.
It does.
You happy with that, Katrina?
I'd take guidance for what Tanya's happy with, actually. So I'm like, it's going round in circles, but I want it to be understandable
I don't
for
know
our
why you
people.
need.
Oops, Kit's frozen.
It's only talking about parking vehicles.
Oh. Yeah, we're concerned. We're not concerned about dogs being trapped in cars. We're concerned about the car being parked on unlawfully on the street. Is that correct, Andrew?
It appears to be what it says, yes.
Okay.
It would be, so is it just a matter of, as Councillor John said, just in breach of our traffic bylaw, the last part of it, just changing the bit of wording there. Does that give enough clarity?
In breach of the traffic bylaw, blah, blah, blah. Yep.
Okay, I would like to suggest that we put this one leave this one lying on the table, and we go back to Brendan, who has some options for us on the other report that we have lying on the table. And Andrew will come back to us with a replacement 5.7, rather than us making policy on the fly, which is always dangerous.
Okay, so it's in terms of the breaching of the traffic bylaw, the latter part of 5.7.
Because that still doesn't make sense to me, Your Worship. Just adding those words on there still does not make that clause make sense to me.
Okay, we're tabling item 67 at the moment. We're heading back to item 70, and I believe Brendan's now available.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Cool. I'll just bring up, share my screen. So we've written a couple of different options to address the two different ways that, oops, it's not showing up on the live feed, unfortunately. I know, I need to move that down there. No, it's not going to work. So option one is loan investments greater than 100,000 will be in the first instance be funded from debt. This includes eternal debt. And then we've changed it to say new loan investments are limited to no more than 10% of council's debt capacity at the time of making the investment. Or the other option, the first bit's the same, the second bit changes to total loan investments are limited to 10% of council's total debt capacity. So as I took it from the meeting when this was first discussed, that was the two different ways that it could be interpreted, and I guess we just wanted to get clarity as to which way it was intended to be, or you would prefer it to be interpreted.
Councillor Jeffries.
he disappeared.
Councillor Jeffries, are you still around? Or has he gone frozen?
Yeah, I think he's gone now.
Oh, gosh.
He's been disconnected and can't get back on.
Join the club.
So maybe need to invite him again. I don't know.
I'll send him another invite.
You can't come in again if you left.
I think it's only if you get kicked or removed that you can't come back in. He left accidentally, so he might be all right. I've just sent him another invite.
Gosh, I gotta love Zoom at times.
Yes.
We're on hold on 2 different resolutions at the moment. To all of you that are watching remotely, I apologise for the hiccup. Again, this is what technology we're thinking of.
Yeah.
Can I ask?
I sincerely hope that you give up on Zoom meetings.
Sure, Councillor.
It's not funny, actually.
Well, yeah, I couldn't agree more. But at the moment, we don't have many options available. Tanya, you wanted to say?
I just wondered if Brendan could tell us what the difference is between these two. Like, I read them and I'm trying to work out what the interpretation is. One of them obviously says new loan investments.
Yeah.
Are listed. So that means that if we take out a new loan, we are not allowed to make that any more than 10% of our debt capacity at the time of making that investment. Whereas the second one I read is saying our total of our loan investments are to be no more than 10% of our total debt capacity. Is that right?
Yeah, so I guess the difference is, for example, the agenda item we have coming up soon regarding the Kiwi House. If council was to make the call after the consultation to give that $2 million, then that would reduce our debt capacity. And then later on, if we wanted to add another loan investment under the top one, all we have to have is 10% of that debt capacity is the maximum we can loan. With the bottom one, we could only add to that 2 million to get to the 10% of our debt capacity. So I guess it's just, do you want only 10% total of all our loans to be loan investments or debt capacity, sorry, or do you want loan investments to be more than 10% in total of our debt capacity, but each one is limited to 10%, if that makes sense.
The argument of each one is limited to 10%. I think that is the point that we're trying to gain originally, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just to interrupt, did you manage to send an invitation to Councillor?
I have sent him an invite.
No, I told him you had. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think, like just in summary, what Brendan's saying is that option 1 takes into account of the remaining debt capacity, and option 2 permanently locks up 10% of total debt capacity. So I think in terms of it depends on how conservative council wants to be.
Yeah, it's more about which one's more restrictive, which one's more kind of enabling, isn't it? So
yeah,
we're looking at the enabling stage. I think that was the point.
I think the first one is probably the more enabling. The problem with option 2 would be, say we give this $2 million. If we then have to borrow $15 million in 2 years' time to do a wholly perm infrastructure work, suddenly our loan investment of $2 million would be breaching our policy because it would be over a 10% capacity. So yeah, so that's probably more restrictive than the first one.
Yeah, I think on that note there, Brendan, we are looking at option 1, and hopefully when Councillor Jeffries gets back on, he can have a look at it and approve with the wording that's in front of us.
And I do want to apologise to anyone watching the live stream because I've just got black screen at the moment because they can't see anything. So I'll stop sharing the screen at this point then, just so that the live stream can see something. And what's happened there?
Nothing at the moment.
What's going on?
He's obviously still having trouble getting on.
Yeah. Okay, now the live stream is not working.
I think why Kat questioned it questioned it before is because it could have been read either way of those two options. So I suppose going forward for us, it will be decide, if he can't get back on, which one we want to go for, if we want to be, like Tony said, more conservative or.
That's better.
I'm changing all different subjects here. Is Livestream gone as well, Brendan, has it?
Yeah, unfortunately, I've just got it back now. The video was because we now share the screen from my end, it loses the video of the people. I've just got it back on now, so it should, in a couple of seconds, for everyone come up because there's a 20-second delay.
So with just going on the rewording there, Brendan, is I suppose all around the table here, is everyone happy with the level of clarity around what's being said in option 1 from where we were before? Probably go back to Graham. Brian is. I'll go back to Graham and your thoughts on it, please.
Sorry, Worship. Yeah, I think the rewording gives us some clarity, and I think sort of option 1, for the reasons discussed, would probably be the preferred option, and I'm sure that would be Councillor Jeffrey's preferred option as well.
Yeah.
Just reading between what he was asking before.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Christensen.
Brendan, when you sent him the invite, did you send him it to his extra address because he hasn't got it?
No, it was probably the work.
ODC, his ODC one hasn't worked for a few months.
Oh, okay. I will look at that and see if I can resolve that issue.
Okay, because he hasn't got it, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm multitasking. I can't do it.
Right, I've just sent him the invite to his extra.
Once we get Councillor Jeffreys back, and obviously hopefully we get this resolution across the table, we've got a decision to make then whether, what are we talking, 12:30? Would you like to, I'll put it to councillors, do you want to stop for half an hour for lunch at that point? I'm sure there'll be a requirement for a break from some of you sitting around here anyway, or whether we just want an abbreviated break and carry on through to the end of the meeting and then adjourn for lunch after that and follow with the workshop. Thoughts?
Well, will we be able to come into Zoom then after that?
I would really sincerely hope so, Councillor Kloss, if there's an opportunity for you to reconnect at that point. So of that note, then we may be looking at potentially adjourning for lunch, so it'll give you an opportunity to get back on. Yeah, Andrew. Oh, he's on mute. There is waving at somebody.
There we go. Hello, I have an answer.
Can we
We're not ready for you yet, Andrew. You just sit there quietly.
Can we stick with the formal meeting procedure, please?
So we're still waiting. Are we waiting for Councillor Jeffreys to get back, or are we quite happy to pass this resolution without him at the moment?
I'm happy to move option 1.
Okay. Councillor Williams, you're looking at a comment? Yes, please.
Just to say that option 1 is still followed by the last part of that paragraph that says, as prudent managers, etc., to ensure that council can always meet its obligations should all funds be drawn.
Yes, that is correct. We just took out the little bit that needed fixing.
Yeah. So there's the added clarity there from.
Thank you. Added clarity. Okay, so on that note, then we're on. Oh gosh. Item 70, amendment to investment policy. We've got the staff recommendation there. And then if we go down to the percentage of council debt, do you want to read that out again, Brendan, if you've got that?
Certainly. So the paragraph that begins with loan investments greater than 100,000 will now read, loan investments greater than $100,000 will in the first instance be funded from debt. This includes internal debt, in brackets. Oh, hang on. Just had a ding, so I think here's Kit waiting to come in the meeting. So just admit him. Areas.
Okay, Kit. We're on page 57 of the agenda, the amendment to the point that you're concerned about, Brendan is reading out right now, which we'll be making a resolution on.
Okay, so that I'll start again just for its benefit. So loan investments greater than $100,000 will in the first instance be funded from debt. This includes internal debt. New loan investments are limited to no more than 10% of council's debt capacity at the time of making the investment.
Thank you. And then it carries on with the remainder of that paragraph.
Can you just read that last sentence again,
Brendan,
please?
New loan investments are limited to no more than 10% of council's debt capacity at the time of making the investment.
I don't know whether that covers the point I was raising. Was that in itself is fine, but are we saying then that all loan investments cannot exceed more than 10%, or individual loan investments?
Can you
What
share
are
the
we?
screen again, Brendan, please? Seeing that Councillor Jeffries
Yep.
missed out on that before.
Yep, I'll try and do it. I apologise to those watching the live stream. You'll probably not have anything on your screen for a little while.
So we could get clarity on that. So
yeah.
hopefully on the screen you understand. Option 1 is what we're looking at when it comes.
Right, can you see that, Kit?
Can you make it bigger, Brendan?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, I can zoom. Is that better?
Yeah, option 2 makes more sense to me. Yep. I don't know what the rest of the councillors think, but I think the intent of the policy, correct me if I'm wrong, was that we were limiting our total loan investments to 10% of total debt capacity. We weren't looking at it on an individual basis.
Leave Graham or Brendan to answer that, because I thought our understanding in your absence was option 1 gave us that greater opportunity for being more enabling than option 2.
Yeah, I guess from our point of view, we've just written it. It was written the way it was, and it's up to council to decide which way you'd prefer to go. Do you want it to limit total to 10%, or are you happy that we may have more than 10% loan investments, but then limit each new loan investment to only 10% of our debt capacity?
I suppose from my perspective, Councillor Jeffries, option 1 is more enabling. We could find ourselves getting restricted by option 2 further down the track.
Yes, I agree with option 1 too. We have to allow a bit of flexibility. We don't want to be restricted in case we do have to raise more funds via loan. I'm in favour of option 1.
Okay, that's cool. So you're quite happy with the fact that if we entered into a number of loan investments that were greater than 100,000, the total of those will exceed 10% of council's debt capacity.
Correct. It gives us further discretion in terms of our loan capacity.
Okay. Yeah, I can live with that. That's cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we've gone back to the recommendation. Item 70, amendment to investment policy. We've had the recommendations there before us. We've had the amendment read out, which was on. Lost my paragraph now. Oh, yep. Down the paragraph beginning with loan investment greater than $100,000. We've seen the amendment on the screen. Any further discussion, councillors? We have a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation. I will move. Do we have second and second, Councillor Ferguson? All in favour? I thank you very much.
You moved that, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry?
You moved that motion?
I did. Wonder where that voice came from, Colin.
May be surprised.
Okay, at this stage, before we go back to Andrew, I'll just move that we adjourn for lunch for 30 minutes. I have a seconder for that, please.
Yeah.
Councillor Jeffrey is good. And during that time, we'll do everything in our powers to get Councillor Kloss back into the Zoom meeting again before we move back on. I imagine, Andrew, you'll be back in there with our next agenda item, get the dog control policy out of the way. Tanya wants to speak.
Just checking, Brendan, we use the same link that we used to get into this, same link to come back in again.
Good
Oh,
question.
okay. I just used the old link to reconnect, so it worked for me just now.
No, well, it wouldn't work for me.
Send us
I
all new,
couldn't come back in on the old one.
a new link, Brendan. Be good.
Yep, not a problem. I can sort that
Good.
out. I'll send it out now. So did we have a time rather than 30 minutes? So 10 past 1?
Yep, 10 past 1.
All right, I'll set it for that.
Thanks, everybody. See you soon.
Yeah, Max, can I just say that I'm having real problems with my internet connection today, so I'm going to be possibly coming and going because of that.
Not ideal.
Okay.
Thank you. favour, right hands, please.
What, remind us if this is about the loan, option 1.
No, at the moment we've gone back to the dog control policy.
Oh,
Yes.
it's still option 1.
Yes, option 1 was done. We've moved and that one's been passed, that resolution on option 1. Yep. So we're now back to item 67. I'll pass it back over to you, Andrew, to look at the amendment to 5.7.
Good afternoon. I've sought some advice on that clause. What I was told was that it reads like it was inserted, possibly because there was another bylaw under development at the same time and it was a bit of a catch-all clause. The comment was, if it hasn't been used, delete it. So I can confirm that it's never been called upon to be used in an enforcement situation. So I recommend it be deleted.
Thank you, Andrew. That's all we're after. So if we go back to then the item 67, approval of the revised dog control policy and bylaw. We've got the staff recommendations there. On top of that recommendation is that we've removed item 5.7 in the dog control policy. I think, is there anything further needed there? I wouldn't imagine so, Tanya or Andrew? No.
Sorry, you've removed item 5.7 from the dog control bylaw, I think, or is it in the policy?
Oh, shivers. Okay, good question. Policy?
Bylaw.
Bylaw?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. And the dog control bylaw. You got that, Graham? Yes, Councillor Williams. Not Graham, I meant Colin. Yes, Councillor.
Will you need to specify regarding parking any vehicles so that when somebody looks at the bylaw at the new 5.7?
No, so probably what was happening historically was that the traffic bylaw, judging from the dates on them, was being developed at the same time. So we now have a comprehensive schedule of prohibited parking spaces or restricted parking spaces. So that bylaw stands under its own weight. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that. Just that then in the bylaw that will become the bylaw, there'll still be a 5.7.
Yeah, just scroll down.
Yeah. Am I just being picky to clarify that, or?
So there won't be a gap there, is what you're saying. We won't just
Yeah.
lose 5.7 and go 5.6.
No, I'll renumber them. They'll be renumbered.
Yeah, they'll be renumbered, but then there'll still be a 5.7, and for clarity,
no,
5.7 continues from.
No 5.7 at all. Gone. Yep. Gone. We don't need it, is what I'm hearing.
So on that note, we have a 5.6 and a 5.8. Is that what you're saying? We don't have a 5.7?
No, we will renumber.
Renumber.
So the current 5.8 will move up and be 5.
So with the removal of the pre-existing or the current 5.7, there has to be some clarification around that, because obviously if it's a 5.7, it's still going to be there. So
no, well, what happens is that you, at the start of the bylaw, you have a preamble there that said it was reviewed on the state.
Yep.
So that if anyone wants to check what was there before, they go and find a copy of the one that existed beforehand, and there'll be numerous changes. And we don't have, the new bylaw doesn't provide an explanation of every change that was made in it. Otherwise, it would be 100 pages long, because you would subsequently be adding amendment upon amendment upon amendment. So each one's a fresh cut.
Cool.
That's
No,
right.
thanks for the clarification, Andrew. So on that note, do we have a mover and a seconder for the approval of the revised dog control policy bylaw with the amendments under the staff recommendation? Move Councillor Johnson, second Councillor Williams. All in favour, raise your hand. Carried. Thank you, councillors. Now we move to item 66.
We haven't approved the options, have we? 1, 2, or 3?
Shivers.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Matt, when you said you moved about lunch and coming back in from lunch, but prior to that, there was no nothing about the option 1 to be part of that be amended.
So I move that option 3.
Hey,
So
Page 20
thank you.
and 21.
Option analysis. Approve all the changes to dog control. Approve all the changes to the exception of the proposed exercise area. Approve the change to dog control listed above and approve the additional funding to establish. Are you saying option 3, Councillor? Sorry, Councillor Christensen.
Oh, sorry. Yes. What?
You were talking option 3.
Yes. I move it.
Any discussions around that, councillors? Yes, Councillor Ferguson. And sorry, Tanya, you want to have a say first?
Well, I kind of just want some clarity. Why are we moving option 3 on page 21?
Well, we aren't. We're just
the recommendations, Andrew. It's really unusual to do that. It should be in a recommendation up the front. I'm not sure why we're going into the body of the report and, and recommending an option. Is that option not the same as number 2 in your recommendations, Andrew?
It is. That's probably my mistake.
Well, I just want to make it, it's a good question because it's not exactly worded the same. So I'm just clarifying in the recommendations which have already been passed, we're accepting or approving the dog control policy and bylaw as amended. And then that the proposed dog exercise area located beside Pueputia Reserve be included with that money, with the funding. So that I thought is what option 3 was.
There isn't an option 3.
No.
Yeah, page 21.
So the recommendations are what we're moving, aren't we?
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
that's
That's what I was moving. But I suppose it's for clarification further down, which is where there's those 3 options here. But the recommendation is what I was moving at the top.
Yes.
So that stays as current.
Yep.
Good.
We don't need any extra recommendations.
No.
I thought you were talking about Graham's policies, and he's got
No, you're still on your one.
varieties there. Sorry, I logged out.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to item 66, statement of proposal, Kiwi House loan. Graham. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, so what I'll do, I guess there's a number of background information to this report. So I'll cover off the covering report first, and then we'll go through the statement of proposals. So I'll take questions at the end of the covering report just to make sure that Council's happy with that, and then we can go through the statement of proposal in detail. So Council will have all read the report and the statement of proposal, and there's been a number of questions that have been raised as a result of that. So going through the covering report first, we'll leave the recommendation to the end. But the background, I'm only going to go back as far as the meeting of the 14th of May, which was the council meeting. We had the extraordinary council meeting to work out a plan as to how we were going to proceed. Council adopted an option as a result of that meeting, and that was the resolution included the 2019 business case that was prepared by Stephen Hamilton for Howarth, the current financial statements prepared by the Kiwi House. That was an update on the financial statements that were produced prior to the extraordinary council meeting. Current information from other potential funders provided by the Kiwi House, and Council formally adopting the statement of proposal and consultation information at the ordinary council meeting today, and a 2-week consultation period under Section 82 of the Local Government Act. So over the last 5 days, staff excuse me, have been pretty busy. Around, I'm just losing my voice actually.
A drink of water.
Unfortunately, I don't have any up here with me. So
I'll sort it, Graham.
yeah.
There you go.
Okay, thanks, Roger. Okay, so the summary of the statement of proposal that we've prepared, that we'll go through in some detail, proposes that the District Council invests $2 million in the business trading as Ōtorohanga Kiwi House and the Native Bird Park. That investment will be by way of a loan to the Ōtorohanga Kiwi House Charitable Trust, and that loan will be used as part funding for the capital costs of the proposed Kiwi House redevelopment. So the statement of proposal is outlined under the Local Government Act, so it's quite explicit in terms of what's required. So it includes the proposal, the reasons for it, the summary of the options considering the advantages and disadvantages of each, high-level conditions of the loan. We're talking high-level conditions here, not detailed conditions. The impact it has on council finances. Also, an explanation of the urgency. A summary of the Kiwi House redevelopment and its benefits and the impact of COVID-19. And some key questions to assist council in understanding their community views. Also a timeline and information on how that submission can be heard. So as part of the process, and look, this has all happened over 4 or 5 days, so it's been incredibly challenging, to say the least, to get to this point. Staff have taken advice on the statement of proposal from our legal advisor. That was Jonathan Salter at Simpson Grierson. We've also taken advice from the independent chair of our Risk and Assurance Committee. Both of them have emphasised the statement of proposal must be upfront, and the opportunities that arise from council investing at this time and the risks that arise from this in uncertain times for tourism, and that we adopt a balanced approach to that statement of proposal. We'll also prepare there has been prepared a summary statement of proposal, which is just a one-pager outlining the key points in the detailed statement of proposal. Also, when we put this up on our website for preparing for our consultation, there will be supporting information that will go with that statement of proposal, and that supporting information will be a link to the Kiwi House website, the development plans supplied by the Kiwi House for the redevelopment, a summary of the business case. So that's basically an update of the 2019 business case that was provided by Stephen Hamilton to bring it up to date to the COVID-19 scenario, post-COVID-19. Also updated financials, P&L and balance sheet, which will be summarised up with commentary and assumptions from the Kiwi House, and the 2 health reports that were prepared in 2017 and 2019, and also the council covering report. That's this report on the proposal. So just, I guess, just of note to council is some changes to the governance of the Kiwi House, and most councillors will be aware of this, but it's just, I guess, part of the changeover from the Ōtorohanga Zoological Society to the Ōtorohanga Kiwi House Charitable Trust happens in the middle of the consultation period, and so which is the 31st of May. So the assets will transfer from the Kiwi House to the trust, and the society will eventually wind up. Effectively, the governance of both of these entities are the same people. So it just moves on. The statement of proposal assumes that the transfer occurs as scheduled, and so has listed the trust as the borrower. The statement of proposal informs the readers of this. So we're dealing with an entity called the Ōtorohanga Kiwi House Charitable Trust, not the Ōtorohanga Zoological Society. So we're also working with the Kiwi House on matters regarding the lease and loan guarantees. There's the legal implications there. So, for example, the loan guarantee and the lease are both with the Ōtorohanga Zoological Society. So the next part just outlines our consultation process, the consultation period, which we talked about before, the length of the consultation. There were no public meetings as COVID-19 is restricting these, so submitters will still have an opportunity to be heard at a hearing. Consultation material, which we've previously listed, and then it just goes on about the hearings and decision making. So an additional meeting will be held on the 25th of June for a decision on the consultation proposal. So it's proposed that we will hear submissions at a council meeting on the 16th of June, and council will consider those submissions. Staff will summarise those submissions. Submitters will have the opportunity to speak to council in person, and then the decision on those submissions will then be made at the council meeting the following week on the 25th of June. And the reason for having those two meetings is not to preempt a decision from council without giving due consideration to those submissions, as opposed to trying to write a resolution at that same meeting. Then once I guess council has made a decision, then we will lock down the details of a loan agreement that would need to be signed by all parties, and the statement of proposal covers the terms of the loan in broad terms. And those delegations and other matters to sign the loan agreement will be confirmed at a council resolution at the decision making. So that would be the meeting of the 25th of June. Okay, so just outlining the risk. So obviously the statement of proposal has been prepared for an agenda in 5 working days. So it's been a massive piece of work to get to this point, and I'd certainly like to take the opportunity to thank Stephen Halliwell for the work that he's done in assisting us to get to that point. And I dare say without his help, we would have really struggled to get something back to council in such a short time. So in terms of the risk, staff haven't had the opportunity to do the due diligence that would have been required, and we've relied on information and advice and financial forecasts and assumptions that have been supplied to us by the Kiwi House. Okay, so as part of the report, the options that are available to council is to support the statement of proposal and consultation plan, amend the statement of proposal and consultation plan, and there's obviously a proviso there that we're hoping to go out to consultation as from today, because we've got such a short time period. We're ready to go in terms of the additional information. If there's minor amendments to the statement of proposal in terms of wording, we can still meet that deadline. If we're looking at a complete rework, then we're not going to make that deadline, and we would have to push the consultation out, depending on what that involved and the complexities involved. And the third option is that council doesn't support the statement of proposal and consultation plan. Just a moment, Brendan, you're trying to ring me? Anyway. Okay, and so just other considerations around the significance and engagement, and also the financial implications. So the financial implications, I guess, is it a loan or is it an investment? And so I think it's probably best that we discuss this in detail when we go through the statement of proposal, because that highlights at a greater level of detail the financial implications. And council has to consider a balanced view on that, one side being the risk involved, and the other side is that we're investing in this not as an investment for financial returns. It's an investment in the community, in an iconic tourist attraction that's a significant part of Ōtorohanga. So the legal considerations. So council sought legal advice prior to its meeting on the 14th of May. That legal advice has been circulated to elected members. As it says in the report, it's legally privileged and not to be circulated. But in preparing the statement of proposal, staff have used their best endeavours to implement that, so that we have a statement of proposal that's lawful and that it's transparent and it's also balanced. Yeah, and I guess it's that last paragraph there that we need to, the information supplied by the Kiwi House, elected members must consider whether the preferred option in the statement of proposal is prudent. And so we've supported, staff have supported option one. And I think before we go back to the resolution, I'll go through the statement of proposal in detail. But just before I start on that, is there any questions arising out of the covering report? Councillor Kloss.
Just in relation to liability and protection for councillors, have we protected for this in a future, if the money cannot be paid back, are we covered by a liability insurance that would cover this?
No.
We're not?
No. So if the money could not be paid back, then that's the risk that council is assessing, Councillor Kloss. So if the and that's articulated in the statement of proposal, is that council would be faced repaying a $2 million loan, which would be roughly equivalent, depending on how long we spread that over, roughly equivalent to a 2% rate increase.
So if a group of ratepayers or a ratepayer developed a grievance about that, we would be liable.
I don't. The only way that a grievance could be relayed is if we're unlawful, is if the process that council has followed and the considerations that council have made, taken into account the views of the community. I don't believe that, unless Tanya sees it otherwise, I don't believe that councillors will be held liable. We could be held liable if the process that we went through was unlawful and that we didn't follow the guidance of the Local Government Act.
And so you're happy that the process will stack up?
Yeah, and look, that's why we went through extensive legal review, both prior to the 14th of May meeting, and also the statement of proposal went through extensive review and right to the last minute. I mean, the proposal that we had prepared when we actually got that advice, there were a number of changes that we had to make to comply with that. Tanya?
Yeah, can I just add to that? You will recall that the extraordinary council meeting, the report that was presented to you about process, staff recommended that we go with the option that had more time to enable us to undertake that due diligence. So Graham is absolutely spot on around it's the process that could be contested. I've made it very clear in this report, as staff, we have not had the time that we would have liked to have undertaken due diligence on the information that we've been provided by another party. So we're going, in effect, we're going out with a statement of proposal and a consultation process with information from another organisation, another party that's been given to us and accepted by us in good faith, and we're going out to the community with that. So that's probably the only health warning, I guess I would put in terms of that. But in terms of process and what we've been able to do, Graham is exactly right, that we're running a what I would call a pretty sharp process.
I still haven't worked out how to turn it off.
Yeah, Councillor Christensen.
I've got a couple of little questions. Well, one's big. We hear the submissions on the 16th. I don't understand, like you talk about not having time to write a resolution, but could we not go into workshop, discuss and come up with the resolution the same day? So that would give us another 9 days up our sleeves.
Yeah, in answer to your question, Councillor Christensen, yes, we could do that, but I think in order of transparency, it's best seen to have a separate meeting for that. It's like, I know historically we've had annual plan submissions, we've had long-term plan submissions, and we've made decisions on the same day at the same meeting. But generally those submissions have all been in a similar vein, and there hasn't been many. So I guess going forward, it's unknown the number of submissions that we're going to get and the type of submissions that we're going to get. If we get 3 submissions and they're all supportive, then I agree. You know, we could quite easily make that decision at the same meeting. If we get 1,000 submissions and they're diametrically opposed, then I think council needs to have time to take those submissions on board and consider those at a separate meeting, rather than trying to rush things through. And look, at the end of the day, it's council's decision, you know. But I think you have to be, because of what's involved in the amount of public scrutiny that we're under, that it would be much more prudent to do that at a separate meeting, and for council to see that they're being totally transparent about the process.
So then if we got 10 and they're all along the same lines, we would be open to sorting it on the 16th. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, do you want to answer that, Tanya?
Yep, yes, the answer is yes. That and if there's, as Graham said, if there's a significant number or a degree of complexity, or even if there is only 10 submissions and they all say, we love this, please do it, but then councillors themselves have had a chance to reflect and say, oh, actually, we aren't happy with maybe some of the conditions of the loan, or we're not happy with the way that this is going to work, then I guess we have put that extra meeting in as a bit of a stop gap in case we need it. And if we don't need it, then we can go ahead and proceed on the day. So all we wanted to do was make sure that we had that placeholder kind of in the diaries and a bit of a line in the sand and a timeline to say, hey, if we really can't do it on the 16th, then we can do it on the 25th.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I would hate for the other us as elected members to have reflection, seen we've been reflecting on this all of COVID, and change, like if we change some things, that's not what we consulted on. So yeah, that wouldn't be sit right with me either. Okay, so that's answered that one. So thank you. My next one is just a little one. The statement proposal summary. I'm just wondering, do you actually have to do a one-page summary when this statement of proposal is only 3 pages? So, 6 pages, and you double-sided, it's 3 pages. And because if you get the summary, you're more than likely to ask for the whole one later on.
Yeah, I think good point. And the summary I think will be useful more as a one-pager, you know, like for that we could print off for people that want to public that want to come in. It could be something that we put up on our Facebook page. There's just a one-pager summary of what's being involved. But yeah, it's done now, so it's.
Okay, no, it's just that we haven't seen it, so I'd quite like to see how it weighs up. Like the statement of proposal is an awesome document, and it's easy to read too. So I'm just confused as why you'd have to do a summary. That's all. That's all from me at the moment.
Councillor Kloss.
Just going back to the liability situation, what about the liability of the trustees of the new charitable trust if they don't deliver on what is expected? Does that have any implication for the council?
Yeah, I would have to get advice on that, Councillor Kloss, but I wouldn't think so. It's about council's processes that we need to be squeaky clean, and you know, we can't control anything other than that.
I know that.
Yeah.
No, we can't control it. But,
I think just I guess something else I'd just add, that the legal advice that we sought, and also the recommendation from our audit and risk chair, is that going forward we need to have a much I guess closer relationship with the Kiwi House, and so if this was to go through, we would expect you know, and look, it might just be a monthly report from them on what the capital expenditure has been, what other funders have come on board, how the tourism numbers, and look, that just might be an email out to councillors, and then there might be a more formal presentation like every 6 months. But I think we need to be, both staff and council need to be much closer to what's actually happening.
as long as we don't think it's a good idea to have a councillor acting as a councillor on that trust, charitable trust. It's one thing to get information, but you compromise the council if you put
I guess that's a separate discussion, and
well, it is, but we need to be warned about that, because people do make mistakes about thinking that that gives you, but it also implicates you. And the last question is, who's meeting Stephen Hallowell's costs?
There's not just Stephen's costs. There's obviously going to be costs from Simpson Greason, and there'll be costs from our audit chair as well. So you know, we've built that into the small margin that we've applied to the loan. You know, so
but we will be paying that.
Initially, yes, we will have to pay that. And look, we really had, I guess, to push this through, we didn't have time to negotiate with another party as to who was going to pay those costs, and it was more important, I think, to protect council and to get that additional legal advice.
I agree, but it is a cost.
Cool. No further questions, councillors? Oh, sorry, Councillor Jeffries.
Yeah, just further to what Robin's asking, and Graham, through you, Your Worship, Graham, the margin that you're referring to, is at the 0.8?
Yeah, no, I guess the 0.8 is what we've used to try and I guess it'd probably be better if we go through that in a bit more detail when we get to the financials.
Okay.
There's also yeah, I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. We were talking about the term of the loan.
I'd just like to make the point that the Kiwi House needs to recognise, if it hasn't already, that council is placing a great deal of faith in their management of the Kiwi House development and future trading operations is you know, in their hands. So I would expect that you know, that indication of faith, if you like, from council is going to be reciprocated in bucket loads. So I'd be very, 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 very disappointed if they took our money and then just carried on as they've always done. I don't think that's going to happen, but I just want to make the point that there is, taking up on what you have said, that there does need to be a change in the way in which the management of the Kiwi House is run. So that happens. because it is a leap of faith for us, and I want to see that reciprocated.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anything further? Councillor Williams? Are you still on mute, Councillor?
Just trying to find the button. That to Councillor Jeffrey's question and Klaus, and the new body, the charitable trust, that by signing that, those trustees are obliged to be responsible for how the trust is governed. So yeah, it's not, to a degree it's council by itself has got to be clear about the 2 million, but yeah, there's a shared responsibility there from the applicant.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, so if there's no further questions on the covering report, I'll go through the statement of proposal. Okay, so what are we consulting on? So the proposal is that Ōtorohanga District Council invest $2 million in the business trading as Ōtorohanga Kiwi House and Native Bird Park Kiwi House. The investment will be a loan to the Ōtorohanga Kiwi House Charitable Trust, and the loan will be used part funding the capital costs of the Kiwi House development. So why are we consulting? So the council has to be clear that the community supports the proposal. This proposal shows the community support for the Kiwi House and its redevelopment, and the reason for that is for them to access other funding opportunities that are available now. Proceeding with the development at this point takes full advantage of the post-COVID lull in visitors, and to undertake that work with less disruption. The construction works and a better Kiwi House experience provide the big contribution to our community wellbeing. So I guess the opportunity to do that work now, the Kiwi House have made some assumptions about what's going to happen over the next 2 to 3 years, and council have based this statement of proposal on those assumptions. And it's, of course, this has been incredibly challenging for the Kiwi House as well, trying to make these predictions in the current environment, and I don't think anybody really knows exactly what's going to happen. But the assumptions that they've made around tourism industry is that a trans-Tasman bubble will be considered to boost Australian tourism into New Zealand, and that over the next 2 years they have assumed with that Australian market and the New Zealand domestic market a 20% increase in that volume, based on the fact that assumption that, I guess, it's that what we call that bounce or that bump, that Kiwis and Australians are going to travel more. And moving into year 3 is that international tourism will open up again, the borders will reopen, and then visitor numbers will move back to the predictions around the Stephen Hamilton forecasts. And I guess, you know, we've got I think 2 years to find out where that's going to go.
Can we ask questions as we go along,
Yeah, go
Brian?
if you like, Roy. Yep.
Yeah, just with regards to that assumed 20% increase, where did that figure actually come from? I saw that there was in the balance sheet they had forecast 15,000 visitors, 30,000, and then return to pre-COVID levels. Do you think that we should be putting that in, what the information they've given us, or did we get that from somewhere, that 20% increase?
That's been supplied by the Kiwi House, Roy.
Okay.
We haven't got, through you, Your Worship, we haven't got anywhere else that we can get figures from. So part of this whole decision to go with this option in this time frame was that we were going to be reliant on the Kiwi House giving us that information. So we haven't been able to go out and get our own information in that time frame. So we're going with what we've been provided.
And just to add to that, even if we did go out and sort an independent review, which was I think one of the options that we talked about, and yeah, it's still unknown. I don't think anyone could really accurately predict what's going to happen.
No, that's correct.
Councillor Kloss, you're muted. Yep.
Just in relation to the growth, they saw their growth in Germany. And so in 2 years' time, we may have no idea how the international tourism component is going to go. It's very hard.
So all we can do is speculate, Councillor. That's all anybody's doing at the moment. So figures they are provided, whether they got some sort of support from Hamilton Waikato Tourism, I'm not sure, but the figures we were provided. It's all we can work with from the timeframes we've got. And I suppose the thing about public consultation is people make up their own minds whether they feel those figures are accurate.
But there's no harm in us being circumspect.
Excuse me, there's no harm in asking. What was the question?
There's no harm in us being circumspect about that.
No, no harm. I don't know what it's going to achieve. Right, moving on. It's one again. It's all conjecture as to what those numbers are going to be in the future.
Yeah, like I guess in when we were asking the Kiwi House to update those figures, I mean they had to make a assumption, and that's the assumption that they've made. You know, whether that's right or wrong, only time will tell. But in terms of putting a statement, a proposal together, we have to have some assumptions, and you know, I don't think we can even really debate the accuracy of it. It's just the assumption that's been made. So moving on, I guess what are the options? So we talked about that in the covering report. So the three options are invest now, invest later, or not to invest at all. So there's bullet points there around each of the three options. Staff's preferred or councillor's preferred option is option one, invest now. So that is in line with the council decision that was made on the 14th of May. With the option two, invest later, we would get much more, I guess, detailed information. How long we would have to wait for that is anybody's, or not to invest at all, and the repercussions of that. So what are the advantages and disadvantages and the risks of each option? So I'm not going to, you know, there's a number of points there which I'm not going to go through in detail, but you know, it's taken a balanced view on it. Is I guess one in terms of even the investing now is that, you know, how important is the Kiwi House to our district, and that we invest in the Kiwi House, and that if it doesn't invest, its potential failure, weighing that up against the financial risk involved in a incredibly uncertain environment with the world tourism market. And I guess council are well aware of that situation. So just moving on, what conditions would council put on a loan to the Kiwi House? So prior to the meeting on the 4th of May, Mayor Max emailed the Kiwi House to ask them what their requirements of council were. What were they expecting of council? So the Kiwi House's response was a $2 million loan with an interest rate of 3% or less, with the first 2 years being no interest on principal, and then a 10-year loan. That was then followed up by a letter from the trust outlining those same details. So that's what we've used for the basis of this statement of proposal, working with the Kiwi House's accountant. They've modelled their forecasts around these same terms, and their forecasts also include a table loan at 2.95%. So there would be some conditions on that loan. As council will recall, there is an existing guarantee. The existing guarantee is up to 700k. The Kiwi House have, I guess, drawn down on some of that, and they've indicated at the 30th of June that they'll have drawn down on 400,000 of that guarantee. So, and this was always the intent, even right back prior to the vote in principle report in December, is that when they raised the council loan of $2 million, is that the guarantee with the BNZ would be extinguished, and that they would use the council loan to repay that guarantee. So I think that's there's a benefit to both parties for that. One, for the Kiwi House, it is a lower cost of debt, and also for council, it reduces our risk exposure. So even though it's only a guarantee, if that guarantee was still in place, it exposes council to effectively $2.7 million as opposed to $2 million. So that would be a condition of the loan, is that BNZ loan is repaid and council's guarantee is extinguished. There would also be other conditions, which is pretty standard in any loan agreement, is that they would draw down on that loan as that capital work was undertaken. So they would provide council with invoices, and then they would be able to draw down on that loan as that work progressed. There's also an agreement with the Ōtorohanga Community Trust for a $1 million loan, and that's also at 3%. And there's conditions in that loan as well, one of which would be that the council loan, if there was a default, would rank behind the community trust loan. Okay, so the impact on council finances.
Graham, sorry, could I just ask a question? Just to my curiosity. So 2.5% to the Kiwi House, and when we draw down the loan for the loan to them, is what we get charged 2%? So we've got 0.95 on top of that charged to the Kiwi House?
Yeah, so the loan to the Kiwi House would be at 2.95%. That was the requirement from the Kiwi House. And so our loan, our estimate.
So their requirement was under 3%, eh? Yep. So under 3% could be anything under 3%, not just 2.95. But yeah, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. So the estimated cost for council to raise that debt, we've worked on a figure of 2%. But I think what you've got to remember is that it's if we're raising debt through the LGFA, I mean, it's not just the difference in interest rate. I mean, there's significantly other costs as well. I mean, there's brokerage fees, there's trustee fees, there's legal fees. You know, so council will always build a margin that's even to only to break even. And so and also you've got to be considering that it's not just about us passing on the interest rate that we can attract. It's about assessing the risk, And you know, if you were investing outside of this and there was no community benefit, the higher the risk.
Yeah, but this is different. This is different. There is a community benefit, and the risk of, I don't know, this is just me thinking out loud, the risk of giving them a lower percentage is more likely that they're going to come out on top and service it and
I think
have more of a chance. Even though they don't need a chance, they're going to do it. But yeah.
What we've got to remember here is that the first 2 years of this is no repayments, no interest.
No, but they will pay that eventually.
Yeah, so after 2 years, you know, we will certainly have more information, okay, on what the state of the tourist market is, whether they've been able to secure other funders. So I think in terms of like interest rate margins is really when you weigh that up against the other significant risk, it's really immaterial. You know, that's my take on it. With you on to anything, Tanya?
Yep, I do actually. And I'll sound like a broken record. Council can do whatever you like to do, right? So we're here to provide advice. My advice to you would be, if you want to drop the margin off that basically covers our costs, the costs of finance, then we need to be transparent with the community about that. It's a bit like someone wanting to, I don't know, set up a new development and council gives them their building consent fees, waives their building consent fees or their resource consent fees. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Someone's paying for that. It's the ratepayers, it's a group of people that will need to pay for that. So if you're of a mind to gift those fees to the Kiwi House so that that margin is gone and the interest rate is lower, then I think we need to tell the community that that is part of how council is going to support this organisation, rather than it just be kind of not there.
I totally understand that. But being not a figure person, what is 0.995 on $2 million?
$19,000.
Okay, thank you. Irrelevant then.
Yeah, and so it's been prudent.
Thanks, Councillor Williams. So just moving on in terms of the next page is really just information supplied by the Kiwi House in terms of what they're proposing to do. Council's seen all this before, so it outlines the 3 stages. So they've already commenced on stage 1 of that development, and then we've just talk about the post-COVID-19 environment. So more importantly, this final page here, this is what we're going out to the community for, and I think this is where council needs to be comfortable that the questions that we're asking the community are appropriate. And in putting these questions together, we've tried to put some balance there. You know, we haven't sort of tried to infer a negative stance or a positive stance. We've tried to kind of, I guess, ask the questions so that the community can see the whole issue. So I'll go through these questions in detail because I think that's just actually a really important part of the statement of proposal. So question 1, do you agree that the Kiwi House is important to our Ōtorohanga identity? So that's the leading question. Yes, no, and why? Council proposes to invest now to maximise the available funding opportunities. The Kiwi House have advised Council their financial forecasts show sufficient funds are available to operate the Kiwi House, and meet the repayment requirements of the loan. This information is based on assumptions of growth of domestic Australian customers. There is significant risk in these assumptions. Okay, do you support the invest now preferred option of Council? And when they have the statement proposal, they will have the 3 options: invest now, invest later, or don't invest. If the Kiwi House is unable to service and repay the loan, the ratepayer will need to repay an additional 2% on the loan. Do you agree that it is worth taking this financial risk to potentially secure the future of the Kiwi House? Should council wait for better information on the habits and behaviours of domestic tourists and better information on when the borders will reopen before making a decision? And the final question is, the Kiwi House has advised that without this council investment, it will likely permanently close. Is it acceptable for you that the Kiwi House would likely close without the proposed council investment? Okay, so then the last page is just outlining our timeline and just the way that you can make submissions. We've actually set up a drop form off our website, which will make it easier so that council members that want to submit can go straight into our website, and it'll just be like a free form drop down instead of having to like handwrite something and then post it back in or email it back in. So we've tried to make it as simple as possible. And I guess the advantages of using that sort of system is that we can it's a lot easier for us to drop that data down into a spreadsheet and manipulate it ready to come back to the council meeting on the 16th. So yeah, happy to take any other questions.
Yeah, I've got a few, Graham. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you, Graham, to you and to Danny else that was involved in putting this together in a very short period of time. I think you've done a great job. I do have, and you and I have spoken about this, so you're aware. And I've also circulated to councillors some of my thoughts on a few of these issues too. So I'm hoping that you've had a chance to read those and to also take in the responses from Max and also from Stephen that came through yesterday. So those responses have actually answered a whole lot of questions for me, but I still have 2 or 3 that I just want to clarify now. Are we actually, by adopting this today, are we actually fixing the conditions of the loan?
No. They're just, I guess that's just a high level assessment that, hey, what we particularly in terms of our own arrangements, and you would have seen Stephen Halliwell's comments, and we haven't had an opportunity to look at how we would structure our debt through the LGFA. We might potentially look at getting some advice from someone like Bancorp in terms of our interest rate exposure and how we could minimise those risks.
Graham, I took some independent advice on that this morning myself, and I know that if we were to take out, and this is, I'm not trying to convince anybody this is the option we should pursue, but I'm just giving an example, that we can actually borrow money through the LGFA at the moment over 10 years for 1.68%. So even if we were to load that with a margin of some sort, it brings us in well below the 2.95. So that was the question that I had, is as long as we're not locking ourselves into the loan to the Kiwi House at 2.95, and maybe that at the top of page 13, it could say something along the lines up to a maximum of 2.95 or something like that, so that it's clear that we've still got some leeway there in terms of the interest rate. That would be useful. The other thing that I don't agree with, and that is that I don't believe that it's necessary for us to increase our rates by, I think it was 0.3% to cover the interest cost in the first 2 years. I think that I really believe that we can cover those costs ourselves, because we're going to recover them anyway in years 3 to 10, and it's going to be part of the margin. And in Stephen's reply to us yesterday, he said that the 2.95% is recovering the rates contribution in the first 2 years. So I can't really see why we want to put the rates up just to do that. And if you did, then after year 2, are you going to drop them again? So that would be, that's another question.
Can I just answer Chris? No, sorry. Go for it. Finish it.
Yeah, what he's
the other
asking,
question,
keeps going.
the other question I had was, and it was in relation to what Katrina had said before, is that I have a concern. We've got a letter here from the Kiwi House itself that says that, and I'm sure you've all seen this, but it says that they need a decision, public decision by mid-June too. So if we defer making a decision on these till the 25th of June, are they missing the boat? Are we actually going to penalise or in some way put this whole thing in jeopardy by not coming to a decision on the 16th?
Yeah, I thought it was the 30th of June.
Yeah.
The letter quite clearly states mid-June.
Max, you got an email, Your Worship. You got an email saying 30th of June.
Yeah, look, it's the end of June as far as I'm concerned. I haven't got it in front of me. I can look it up, but
yeah,
they want us.
There's no date on this letter, unfortunately, but
no, it's
can't even show it to you. It does say mid-June, so that was the only question. And Katrina raised it earlier, and I think as long as everyone's happy with the answer to that, then I'll run with that. But I wouldn't like to think that by delaying it through to the 25th of June, we were actually putting the whole thing in jeopardy. So
I'll have a look for that in a moment, Kit. I think I'll answer the first part. I think we shouldn't get too wound up on the particulars of interest rates or terms of the loan. We've been asked to go and public consult on the directive that was given to us by the Kiwi House. That's the priority at the moment. The decisions around those smaller points will be made when we make the decision on this. So I'll just go and try and find that email. Tony, you had something you wanted to say to that?
Oops, I was just trying to find the email myself. Hold on, I'm coming back. Yeah, I was just going to say interest rates, what if they go the other way? So we say up to 2.95 and then suddenly something happens, unlikely, but we've locked ourselves kind of in the other way and it's 5.95. So I don't know, it's for the benefit of giving people an idea of what, what it might look like. The point 3, once again, this is council staff's advice. 0.3% on rates. If council wishes to not include that or absorb it or push it off for another year, then that is your decision as governors. Ours as staff is to advise you of the most prudent approach that we could take to managing this. So, and that's what we have put forward.
Thanks, Tanya. Well, it hasn't changed my mind in terms of the rates, but the other point that you make, the advice I got was for an interest rate swap. So you're locking it in at 168 for 10 years. How we deal with the Kiwi House is another side of the coin, and we can determine what they pay and how they pay that quite differently to what the council is obliged to do. So I just wanted to make sure that when this SOP goes out, that we're not locking ourselves into a situation where we're consulting on one thing and then in a month's time we're actually going to go and change something. I don't know. I just wanted to make that point. So I'd be reluctant to run with scenario 1 on page 13 where it says rates will increase. I don't agree that it's necessary.
There's the request, Max.
Yep, no, I just saw that as well. So they just need a decision by the 15th of May with funding available by the end of June. Okay. So is that what you got, Tanya?
So the Ōtorohanga Kiwi House Charitable Trust requests a $2 million loan at an interest rate less than 3% available from the 1st of July 2020 from the Ōtorohanga District Council towards the Kiwi House Development Project.
Yep. And they just need a confirmation that we had the process in place by the 15th of May.
Yep.
So if we make that decision on the 26th, all paperwork and everything's going to be, if it was in favour of the loan, would be ready for them to draw down on 1st July.
Yep, it would have to be.
Look, even if we can still enter into like an MOU with the Kiwi House in the short term. We would ensure by the 1st of July that those funds were available one way or the other.
Yeah.
No, I guess just in terms of Councillor Jeffrey's comments, we haven't, the way that council structures their debt, I think is actually not pertinent to the statement of proposal. You know, it's the loans with the Kiwi House, and council has that option of structuring our debt however we like. You know, and you know, it's yeah, we can get some good rates with the LGFA at the moment, but
yeah, we can.
Yeah.
And I think just going back to the point that Councillor Christensen raised too, is that simply because the letter from the Kiwi House said an interest rate of 3% or less doesn't mean to say, I mean, that range could go from 0.1% up to 2.99. We just happen to have picked a figure of 2.95, and I'm not exactly sure where or how that figure was arrived at.
Well, that's less than 3%, but you know,
Yeah.
taking into account, Councillor Jeffries, the financials that were prepared by the Kiwi House prior to the meeting on the 14th of May had the loan at 3%. You know, so that's where it's come from. You know, so that was what they forecast, and that was what they asked for, and that was what their financials showed.
So we're in a position to offer them.
I think we could go back and forth over this for a long, long time and not make any headway. I think first thing we do is get the statement of proposal out there, see what the public is, and then we can sit down and rattle this back and forth then. At this stage, I see no benefit in discussing it any further at this point. Tanya?
Well, I'm sorry, Your Worship, but I disagree. I think that on page 13 at the very top, it's quite clear there that it says the rate is fixed at 2.95, and I don't believe that it is, or it should be.
Tanya?
I just wonder if it has any bearing whatsoever that everything that you see in front of you has been passed by the Kiwi House and supported by them. I wonder if that has any bearing on us going round and round in circles and trying to guess whether it's 2.5, 1.95, 2.9. I'm not sure, when the very organisation that we're doing this with and on behalf of have seen all this documentation and said, we're comfortable with this.
I think everyone's missing the point here. We're concerned about the Kiwi House's ability to repay that loan going forward. Now, if we can assist them by giving them a more favourable interest rate, isn't that assisting them in doing that?
I think I disagree that you're saying we're missing the point. We're exactly embellishing this point here by the fact that we're going through with a statement of proposal. So that shows everything in support of the fact that we've got to here within a 5-day working time frame, with the support of the Kiwi House where we're at, that is actually totally demonstrative of support of what we're doing. We get to make that decision in a couple of weeks' time, should we support this, whether that interest rate is something we want to go through with. But at this stage, we're lucky to have got to where we are, to have a statement of proposal go out for the public for public consultation, and as Tanya said, with the approval of the Kiwi House. So again, to be arguing over 0.5% right at this very point, it just seems pointless. Again, I think, Councillor, we could go around in circles on this, and we're going to make no headway. It's to the benefit of nobody, apart from, and it's a proposal. We as councillors get to make the decision whether it's fixed there at 2.95 or not. That's the call we get to make. For the sake of this proposal, that's where it is at the moment. We could sit here and you go through a whole lot of totally individual, I suppose, statements, assumptions, and you could change it for as long as you want, and you're probably still not going to come up with the satisfaction of everybody at the end of the day. Councillor Christensen.
I'm not going to talk percentages. I'm going to talk mid-June. The email that you got is actually from the manager, not nitpicking, but the letter on the official letterhead that says mid-June. In order to process applications with other funders. I think that's to do with the Trust Waikato Fund funding round. So, and that was sent to us, to DMX and councillors early in June, I think. And it does definitely say by mid-June, it's underlined in everything.
So at the moment, again, going back to Tanya's point, this has gone before the Kiwi House committee, I'd imagine more than just the manager, for their approval. If there's an issue with the timeframes that we're abiding by at the moment. then I'm sure that would have been brought to our attention. Would it
So
not?
they got to comment on the end of June, did they?
Tanya or Graham?
They got the whole document. So
Yeah, but they don't get to comment and change it, do they? Because they're not.
well, if they'd come back to us through your worship, if they'd come back to us and said, oh my goodness, you've got those time frames completely wrong. There's no way we're going to be able to do our thing. I guess probably what I just focus on is our own process. So we're giving you advice once again that in order to keep ourselves lawful and to make sure that we've built enough fat into our process for 1,000 submissions, not just 10.
Yeah, no, I get that.
We need that meeting at the 25th because there's no way physically that me and my team could get ready for that decision-making meeting if it was going to be on the 16th. There's just no way. With all the staff in the world, we wouldn't be able to do it. So we're giving ourselves that extra time, working to an end of June deadline, which I understood was a deadline, but now I'm hearing something different. So if we're going to consider submissions on the same day as making a decision, that's another risk that this council needs to accept, and we just manage it.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, look, I hear what you're all saying. The 2.95%, to me, it's where it is. It's on a piece of paper. It's something we can work from or to or around. We've already made the decision that we're going to work through this at a pace that by the end of June, we'll have the decision. We've already agreed to that, I think. That's what we're doing. That's what it is. My real concern, and I've put it before, is where we're going to be in 3 or 4 years' time. What percent will we be talking about then? You know, we could say -1% now and wear it. And where would we be in 3 years' time if we're all down the tube? I think this proposal is quite straightforward. I think it's out there for people to discuss and come back to us with their opinions in the community, and that's all we're asking for. So I support it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments, councillors?
No, I just think everyone should read the letter.
Again, Councillor, I'll say from the meeting we had a couple of weeks ago, I think everybody is aware of the timeframes. Then they've had the opportunity to come back to us when this statement of proposal was shared with them prior to us seeing it today. Yeah, I'd be surprised if there's an issue with those timeframes that hasn't been brought up. Yeah.
I think too at that meeting on the 16th, Katrina, yeah, we'll certainly get the flavour of what the submissions are, you know. So there'll be a pretty good, you know, even though the decision is due to be made the following week, I think, you know, council will have a pretty good steer on what the community's thinking along those lines, and so.
Through you, Your Worship, Graham, just one other thing. One of Stephen's comments that came back yesterday was in relation to the redevelopment stages. And I don't know whether I'm reading it right, but he's saying that he thinks that that section needs to be removed as the information hasn't been provided.
Yeah, sorry.
Did you read that? Or?
Yeah, no, that has been provided now, Kit.
Oh, good. Okay.
So Stephen had put little all the way through the document as we got information back. So that's been provided to us by the Kiwi House now. So
oh, good.
Okay. It's basically just an update on the 2019 business plan that Stephen Howard did, you know, to bring it up to date.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Williams.
The letter signed by the General Manager and the President does say in place by mid-June bold, but in the brackets afterwards it says with funds available July 1st, 2020.
Yeah.
So it's not really we've got to have everything by mid-June.
I think, you know, they're quite happy that, as far as I understand, they're totally aware of the public consultation timeframes that we're dealing with, and we're going for the shortest possible period we can, which means to come up with an answer by mid-June, unless all the submissions were totally supportive, would be a really a big ask at the end of the day. So yeah, we're doing what we can. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, and
sorry, Councillor Williams.
it was in the paragraph about how unsuitable option 1 would be. So I think if you take that mid-June in context, they would have commented on it had it not been right.
Thank you.
Just on that point, they've already got our intent that this is going to happen, and we've already voted on it. We've already had it before Christmas that we're supporting the Kiwi House. So if they're going for funding, they already know we're doing this. So yeah, they just have to play their own time frame. But we've got to play ours now. We've already set it in concrete.
Thank you. Keeping in mind that the public consultation, this is no predetermined answer at this point. If we have 2,000 submissions that are against the Kiwi House, that has to have some impact on what decisions we make as well. Councillor Johnson.
Probably don't know more that's already been said, but just with regards to that interest rate, I think if there's opportunity that we can pass any savings on to the Kiwi House, I think we should. And with regard to the time frame, I think the Kiwi House is well aware that we are going through our process as fast as we can and under some risk in doing so. And so I think that I'm comfortable with their speed of process. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor.
Max, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
I've dropped out again.
No, you're all good to go. We can hear you. We can see you. Have you want to say something, Councillor?
No, I just might want to later.
Okay, save that. Okay, if there's no further discussion, we have statement of proposal, item 66. We have a recommendation in front of us. It is recommended that Council 1, adopt the statement of proposal as an attachment 1, 2, undertake community consultation as follows. And all those parts I'll take as read, A, B, C, D, and E. Is everybody firstly happy with the consultation document as it sits at the moment without any amendments?
Max, I won't be voting for it simply on the basis that I don't agree that there should be a rate increase. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I've seen through a few typos that Graham's got. So.
Oh, you did too, sorry. Yeah. So Graham's got those.
Yeah. I was just wanting to know what's in the accompanying documents. Has that been set that you can download off the website?
Yeah, that's it's on page the second page of the
page 6.
Roy? Yeah, page 6.
Not on there at the moment, Councillor Johnson, because if you
But
didn't
it just lists them.
yeah, if you didn't adopt this today, then we would have put them up there without, when we shouldn't have. So they'll be up there when we go out, when we commence the consultation process.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether these things like the Kiwi House trust deed will be visible and who the trustees are and that sort of thing. Is that all information that's going to be available? Will it be on the Kiwi House website, I presume? But just asking the question.
I'm assuming so. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just harp on again? Sorry, but so on our meeting on the 25th or whatever it is, that's a Friday, so we've got a Monday and Tuesday to prepare and have documents ready. You're quite comfortable with that before the 1st of July?
Is the 25th a Friday? I thought it was a Thursday.
Oh, I could be wrong.
Max picked the date.
Oh, God.
It is a Thursday. Yeah.
It is Thursday. Oh, yeah, I'm wrong. It's all right. I can admit when I'm wrong. It's all good.
So, through you, Your Worship, and I might be wrong here, and Graham, please correct me if I am. I'm imagining that at that meeting you will be, if you haven't already, on the 16th, you'll be adopting making a decision on whether to grant the Kiwi House a loan or not, and we'll have some further details of the loan documents that council will adopt as well. Graham, is that right or no?
That was part of the covering report, is that we would have that information Yeah, and I think I'd need to get back and talk to Stephen, but I mean, like, you know, we can do further work on that, and even in terms of the rates increase. I mean, that there is for the benefit of showing what the potential cost is for those 2 years. That not necessarily mean that we're going to have an actual rates increase. I mean, we'll actually just soak that up within in surpluses. So we've already indicated what our rate increase is going to be for the year at 1.55%. That's not going to change. So you know, we'll just soak that up. But and as you quite rightly pointed out, Kit, that will be recovered over the 10 years of the loan.
Cool. Anything further, councillors?
Sorry, Worship. So Graham, you've just eased my mind considerably when you said that. So I probably won't be objecting to that section then of the SAP that talks about a rate increase.
Because we'll be adopting our annual plan on the 16th of June. So the next council meeting will adopt an annual plan exactly like Graham has said, with the rates increase that councillors are already said you're comfortable with. So, yeah.
Oh, I don't know whether we did.
Well, okay.
Should we get this out of the way now, councillors? I think we're happy with it in its entirety. There's no, apart from the couple of typos.
I move it.
Okay, moved Councillor Christensen. I'd like to second that. All in favour, raise your right hand, please.
I've got my hand up.
Again. You're again, Councillor. What are we doing here now? So we've got I'm not sure whether it's delayed hand raising or, okay, well, I had the motion, which was moved by Councillor Christensen. I seconded. All in favour, raise your hand.
I've got my hand up.
Carried. All good. Against? No, there's nobody, so we're good. So awesome. Thank you, Graham. Tanya, please pass the message on to Stephen as well, to Bruce, to Jonathan, to Brendan, to everybody who's been working their backsides off to get this to where it is in the timeframes that we've done. I think you've done an absolutely commendable job, and let's see what the public has to say now. So thank you. Okay, councillors, moving on to item 71, matters referred. Sorry, Tanya, you look confused, is that right?
Do I look confused?
When I said item 71, I think we've gone through all that.
What I was just going to say is Graham probably will be excused now to go off and get the consultation underway. Graham, is that what you think you'll try and do?
I just need Councillor Williams has just chatted me the typos, but I haven't got the Word document, so I need to get someone to send me that, Tanya. If you can email Dale.
You can't do that because I'm in a council meeting and I won't be able to do that at the same time. So Dale will have that, and if you don't mind, just you can exit the council meeting if you want, Graham.
Yes.
Thanks, Graham. That's to go carry on doing work, not to have a beer.
Yeah.
Thanks, Graham.
No, thanks.
Cheers, Graham. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham.
Yep. Dreaming about Kiwis.
Yeah. Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, moving on to item 71, matters referred. Tanya.
So, Your Worship, there's only 2 items on the list, and we talked about the smoke-free one at the same time as the dog control policy one, and felt we didn't want to go out and consult at the same time on 2, so that one's been put on the back burner. Occupancy policies, we're still running some financials, and in actual fact, if Roger's there, he might be able to give an update on that, because Paul, I think, who's our property advisor, is doing some more work on that policy that potentially could alleviate the concerns that councillors raised when it was first brought to you. So Roger, did you have anything to add there?
Tanya, that's a pretty good summary. Paul's revisiting that document, and basically working through it, exactly addressing the concerns that were raised when it was put in front of councillors the first time. I think that he's actually going to come up with a document that's perhaps more fit for purpose. So that's a priority as is, and the plan is to bring it to the 16th of June, I think, was it, Tanya? The next council meeting? Yep.
Cool. Thank you, Roger.
There was also, Your Worship, some discussion about the mobile trader bylaw and policy as well, and I said that one we brought. I sent out an email to councillors updating you on where we'd got to with that, and whether we wanted to have a discussion about if it's a higher priority now post COVID as we're heading out of that, or yeah, whether that one gets switched out for the smoke-free one. I'm not sure if that's coming up the priority list. Be good to get some direction.
Okay. Councillor Christensen. No, nothing at the moment.
Oh no, I was just itching.
Okay, my apologies.
But it could just be added on to the list, yeah, and push the date out, like you say, Tanya, so that people that are reading agendas know that it's something in the pipeline, because it has come up quite a bit. But then I think they also need to understand it's one rule for all. It won't be, yeah, and that's going to be a little bit hard for some people maybe to understand. So yeah, the more we can get out in the public arena about it would be quite good. I don't know.
Thanks, Councillor. Agreed.
Added.
Added. Well, good. Nothing further on matters referred? If not, I'll go on to councillor updates. Councillor Kloss, while you're still with us.
Right. Well, I've noticed that my Zoom can last for about an hour before it overheats. And it's had enough, and I've probably had enough. So I sincerely hope that that could be the end of our Zoom meetings. I do have a concern about the district. And I know this is my hobby horse, but for this first part of this year, we have been totally focused on town-based organisations that have relevance to the whole district, but not to the same extent as those people living in it. And that really worries me, that we spend so much of our time on very narrow, what in the end is a very narrow part of this district. And we don't allow time to actually explore or look and see the opportunities for the district at large. It's jumped out for me in the survey by ODTB for businesses. I can't understand why they can't survey the rural businesses, and farms are businesses, and so they can easily get the information from people. Most rural roads have telephone trees and what have you to get information from, and so I really wish that we would look at the district at large and don't just separate out businesses that happen to be farms from businesses that just happen to be in the centre of town. I know I've brought it up before over the years, but it really galls me, and that we should be looking more at whole of district. And I'm really looking forward to us moving on and with our long-term plans, and hopefully that we can get some in-depth planning going on that has some relevance to all of us. So
yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think you're in the probably ideal spot at the moment with having the chair of the District Development Board being ex-chair of the Fonterra Shareholders Council, obviously totally immersed in the farming scene as a dairy farmer himself. So I'll certainly pass that on to them as well in terms of doing the Q&A around the district.
Could I just add that the survey that they were doing, Robin, was more focused for businesses that couldn't operate and how they're coping and what resources they have available to them post-COVID and stuff. Yes, I understand what you're saying about the district, wider district and the farming, but farming luckily didn't have to close down, but most of our businesses, which ironically enough are in our town centre, they did.
I'll absolutely disagree with you with that. A lot of those issues relate to farming businesses, whether they keep staff, whether they've got issues with supplies, including feed. There's a whole range of things. It is exactly the same. They have exactly the same issues, mental health issues, everything. It is equally relevant to us. And in fact, it's very relevant to us because probably 2/3 or even 3/4 of this district is built around farming.
Any other points or things you've been up to, Councillor, over the last couple of months?
No, just get rid of Zoom meetings and I'll be happy. We don't have the technical capabilities or lines or broadband to cater for it.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, look, I'd like to say it's business as usual, but it's not. So, no, it's tough out there. Like I have worked right through because essential services has been it. I hear what Councillor Kloss is saying about the dairy or the rural people, and we are feeling that, and I'm hearing it too. I'm hearing it daily, so you are right. It is slightly different to a business in town, and it is. But yeah, really where we've got to be, and you know, like everyone said, the District Development Board, through the eyesight people, have done a wonderful job and, you know, contacting who they could around the time. But yeah, as I said a month or so ago, it's really in another 2 or 3 months that it's really going to hit home. And that's what we've got to be ready for. We've got to be ready for the spring, and the spring like no other. It's going to be tough out there. You know, we've had a restructure. There's a lot of other businesses going to do that shortly. There'll be people wandering around town looking for something to do. So, yeah, just like the District Development Board's talking, like we're talking, you know, like Duncan Cool's saying, yeah, it's survival at the moment, but look out 2 or 3 months' time.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we wait with bated breath. Councillor Williams.
Well, COVID started off on the day, the same day we had our emergency meeting. We then had an emergency call to get bodies on the ground up to Hamilton because the law hadn't been passed at that stage that allowed decisions to be made by electronic meetings. So as many of us that could get to Hamilton to make a quorum so that we could allow the local controllers to move between districts if they were needed in the response. So, and yeah, just since after that, and Roger's ILM engineering meeting. Otherwise, it's been, yeah, inside the gates here, operating the farm, confident enough with the payout for this season, but certainly with what's being proposed for next season now, yeah, it's not distressing, but it's, yeah, it's not going to be easy either. Really good ILM workshop with Roger, and good to see the support there still from other agencies coming in to and I apologise, Roger, I haven't followed up on that. And also last Wednesday I participated in there was Equip had a workshop on helping communities. And if any of, I haven't sent the link out because I thought there was enough reading to do before today, but I will send it out afterwards. It was a really good conversation around a lot of the stuff that we have talked about as a consequence of doing the Kiwi House work, but looking at policies and what it means for both council and ratepayers to postpone rates and other ways that we can assist. And it was free, and there was a PDF of the workshop as well, and with some guidelines that towards the end of it of other things that we can do as a council to support the community. I think that was all.
Awesome, thanks, Councillor. Yeah,
Oh,
I think.
and I'm sorry. There was something else. Oh, just the thanks to staff for the way that everyone raced in and set up and was able to maintain good comms. What seemed to be good quick responses to people in the community when they were coming into Facebook, and answers to us as councillors when we had questions as well, was very helpful. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, just it's been a bit of a lockdown on, so haven't done too much council stuff. But I just thought I'd give you an update on BT Home. And as I mentioned before, disappointing, got the news last week that we had missed out on the Crown Infrastructure Project funding, which we thought we had a pretty good chance at, but obviously not. Then they had, in the letter we got back, it said that to go back to the Provincial Growth Fund. So that's yeah. Who knows if that'll be readdressed by the central government. But in the meantime, the site, if you've probably all been past it, but the site has been cleared, and we will be going to the bank for the final amount of money we need to kick off, and the difference between the bank loan and the, is we're offered about 5% from the bank, and we could certainly, over $1 million, it's pretty easy to work out the additional interest that'll cost us compared with a local government loan, and that will just be an impediment on our, cash flow going forward. But we've got a very determined bunch of trustees, and we're just final tick-offs for building consent, and there should be building occurring there in the next 6 weeks, and we should have our target date is to have a home that's going to be running there by like next March. So the rubber's starting to hit the road there now, and and to be fair to central government, because part of the COVID response, there was a sort of a one-off payment to rest homes. It's been just a little bit of just help with the cash flow, but otherwise, all credit to the staff at BD Home. With the quarantine procedures and managing through this awkward time for their own staff and for their own patients, and it's sort of there's ticks all around, I think, down there. So just filling you in on that, but. Otherwise, when are we going to raise the fire ban? Is it still on, the fire ban?
No, it's gone.
It's gone?
Those, Roy.
That went ages ago,
I'm looking forward to burning my rubbish.
You can burn it.
Yeah, you can burn it. Look, I was at the Blessing Roy the other day, obviously for the BT Home as well, and I support and endorse your sentiments around the staff at BT Home for what they've had to go through in lockdown. Obviously very disappointed in what the bank was offering in terms of interest rates, but it is what it is. So as a consequence, I have talked to Bob, and Tanya and I will be catching up with them very soon. Cool. Councillor Jeffries.
Well, thanks, Max. Been pretty quiet, really, to be honest with you out here. Haven't really had much of an opportunity to get out and do much, as you probably appreciate. Other than our Zoom meetings, I've had very little outside contact as such with anybody. We had an interesting Anzac Day out here. That was the number of people standing outside their gates with candles and so on was really lovely to see. And I played the last post from our balcony, so I think probably half the town heard that. And I think that those who did turn up down the cenotaph listened to the Radio New Zealand service at 6 o'clock, which was cool. So that was good. And we also managed to lay a wreath from both the District Council and the Kāwhi Community Board, which was pretty good too. So thank you for organising that, Max. I just wanted to add to my comments to those that Annette said about the communications that we've been receiving throughout this emergency. I think they've been excellent, and I commend everybody who's involved with that. I've been actually forwarding those on to a number of people inside Kāwhi itself, including Callan, our fire chief, who's been organising the emergency response plan out here. So he's been fully aware of all of that information, as well as the St John people and so on. It's been great to see in the last couple of days the charter boats going out with heaps of people on them. The fish have had a pretty good rest in the last couple of months, and I think they're going to get thrashed in the next few months. So good to see that. And just for your information, I've now become a member of the local fire brigade, and but only in a support role. I told them that I just wanted to be a backroom boy. I'm not interested in running out every time the fire siren goes and jumping on fire engines and things. So where I can help as a background person in that role, I'm happy to do that. So so no, other than that, and the fact that we've got a new National Party leader and co-leader, which is cool. The next few months are going to be interesting leading up to that election. So, yep. So thanks for that.
Awesome. Thanks, Kit. Councillor Christensen.
Update. During lockdown, when we couldn't do much, I got out and did some Meals on Wheels and some shopping for the elderly. And then when we were allowed out, I took on a little project and videoed, I think, 60 different businesses in town, and did I think we did about 8 series of videos with 10, or might have been 6, 10 businesses in each, passing a sign along, saying something about supporting local or thanking the community for their support, or yeah, all sorts of things. So that was really fun, actually getting out and talking to all those businesses and seeing how they were. Yeah, and they really enjoyed it as much as I did. Yeah, basically ODTB meetings and workshops. Yeah, that's pretty much all I've been up to. And then, but I do have a couple of questions that have come up, and normally I probably just go into council, but the guys that have been doing that, I've brought this up with Roger anyway, but in case anyone else gets comments, the guys that have been doing the cabling in town, like down our main street, they left it really filthy. Like, yeah, and the way they're finishing the verges outside people's houses, some they're backfilling with metal, so they can't even be mowed properly. I know that council has put up on the Facebook and their website, I think, where you can contact if you're not happy, but I think maybe we need to do a bit more publicity push, because people just think that it's us or you guys, the council, and I tell them that it's not, but yeah, but it's actually on our land, so maybe, you know, the verges is actually road reserve, so maybe we should be pushing back at the contractors. And then I did have one other question, was where are we at with the service agreement for the development board? And that's me.
So, because this is a public meeting being live streamed, and we're talking about a contract with an organisation, can I brief you on that, please? Thank you.
Cool. Is that it, Katrina or Councillor? Sorry. All good. Unless there's anything further, just looking at faces, I would say not. Nothing further from you, Tanya? No. I'll declare this meeting closed. Thank you. From here, councillors, we're going to go into a workshop. We've got a few things to discuss. There won't be too